I may potentially have 2 streams going then. Coming. Connect streaming software to go live. This is... Okay, YouTube is completely messed up right now. In terms of streaming. I'm probably live right now. Like, I have 2 live streams open. Yeah, it says I'm live. But I need to change it. Because this is not correct. Yeah, all my settings are changed. Can I change some of these things on the go? It's not made for kids. This is so weird. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to deal with there's a low amount of latency. No, high amount of latency. So when I say things, when I read out messages, it's gonna take a while for us to communicate back and forward. That's just how it's going to be. OBS, well, Streamlabs made some changes. So now when I start streaming, I no longer have to go into YouTube and open up a stream and set it up and then connect to OBS afterwards. I can just do it inside OBS. But the problem is they only allow you to do it inside OBS now. And doing that, you can't decide your latency settings. So, 30 seconds we should expect for there to be a response time between me and viewers. But my fiance is saying that everything is fine. So, let me just go ahead and change some things here. I'm gonna go geeky on this one. Move everything over. Yeah, I'm trying to set everything up so we have a way to, like, I can show. So we have a piece of paper that I can write on. Because we're gonna do this the proper way. We're not just gonna just rush into things. Handsome. Awesome. Oh, I've never seen those pets before. Where did they come from? I've never seen those creatures in the game before. Like, ever. Is that a human? It looks like a blood elf. Okay. So just to sort of lay out what is going to happen in the stream here. There's probably going to be more people in a little bit later, so I'll have to explain it again. But just to explain for the people who are here, and has gotten the notification that I'm live. Shadowlands is coming out. We have a actual deadline, so when it's going to release. A release date is called. And I want to be able to pick out some classes that I'm just going to say, okay, these classes here, I'm only going to focus on. Like, I'm not going to start alt changing and go into other classes, but I will actually have these, like, a small handful of classes and say, okay, every single week I'll do at least 1 Mythic Plus with each of these, because I have to have them geared to, you know, keep them up to date. So with that, is it our method where you exclude them one after another? Oh yeah, we, my fiance and I, we tried to pick out her perfect class by picking them. Oh, what is he doing? Oh, he's sleeping. You just send a photo of our gray, African gray, it's called. Parrot, sleeping. Yeah, so we tried to, like, exclude which classes was just like a complete no-go and which ones were like, yeah, it could kind of work. And then try to match them up with, okay, so which races can you play with those classes? Is there some races that are like complete no-go? Then we might pick, you know, try to exclude things. So what I'll do here is I'll just I'll write a list of pros and cons on this piece of paper, because one of the things that I want to make sure I don't do is picking two different classes that are essentially the same class, but because I like the the gameplay mechanic of those two classes, I've decided like, oh, I'm gonna play both these. You know, they're like similar, so why not just focus on one of them, like the best one of them. So I want to make sure that the four that I choose have a fundamental difference, something that makes that particular class just completely awesome, and gives me a reason to play that class. You know, and actually, you know, you can't get that from any other classes. So with that in mind, I will exclude them one after another. Or maybe actually just, you know, try to write down the classes. I'll actually write a list of them. I'll write a list of them. So, can't see it. Let me just get it on screen. Make sure. By the way, how is the quality of my stream? I changed everything. Almost. I went in to actually look up a guide on how to get the best quality possible. I changed almost all my settings to get a better quality. Did you know that YouTube does not allow a higher bitrate count than 6,000? Which means that if you have a super good internet connection and you set it to like 10,000, it's not going to get better than 6,000. You're just wasting resources. That's good to know. Okay. So having this over here, I will go ahead and start excluding. Let's go ahead and make a title. Classes to play in Shadowlands. I was about to say, should I say like to play forever? But we'll see. We'll see. I at least want these classes to stick in Shadowlands, and by the end of Shadowlands, if I'm playing one of them, I'm thinking, you know what, that class wasn't particularly good. It was just, I just kind of geared it, but I didn't really play it. Then, you know, maybe I shouldn't play it. So let's not say forever. I'm gonna have bullet points, because what is a list without bullet points, right? So we're gonna take them one by one. Do I remember the correct order of classes from top to bottom? Oh, what is it? Is it like, oh, what is the first one? I want to say Paladin, but I don't think that's correct. Let's just take them, you know, armor type by armor type. That's easier. Paladin, let's make this a little bit bigger, because this is very tiny. Barely see anything. That better? A little bit closer. There you go. Okay. Paladin, Death Knight. I'll write them out entirely. Play what you want to in Shadowlands, because when the nerfs and the buffs start, all the numbers will change. Shadowlands will be a hot mess for 6 months or more after launch. Oh, thank you, Paul. The thing is, though, I'm not making this list based on the meta. I actually completely don't care about the meta. I'm making this list based on how the class is as a class. What kind of gameplay mechanics does this class have that others don't have? So even though, I don't know, let's say the Paladins might be nerfed completely to the ground, but it has a fun gameplay aspect. Like, fun is essentially the keyword here. It needs to have a fun aspect of it that I think is just something that makes me want to play it. So I'm not playing the meta, because people who are meta slaves will constantly change classes. Every single patch, every single expansion, they'll change mains based on the meta. And that's not the type of person I want to be. It's okay for some, if you're okay with having multiple classes, but I would love to have everything just stuck to one character. Or few. Okay, so we have Paladin, Death Knight, Warrior. That's plate. Let's go ahead and separate them, because I want to have them separated for armor type. Because it would also be kind of awesome to just sort of consider having one of each armor type. Some see that as, you know, potentially more Mog farming, which is annoying to some. But to me, it's more options to farm crazy looking Mogs. So I see that as a plus. Male, we have Hunter. Shaman. Wait, why is it making a weird space? There we go. Is there 2 spaces in between? No, it's fine. Okay, next one. Leather. We got Rogue. We have Druid. What's up with these spaces here? And we also have Monk. What else do we have? We have 4. Greetings, everyone. Interesting topic today. Well, thank you, Alk. I'm glad you think so, Paul. I tried with the meta during the beginning of BFA. I actually played Death Knight at the beginning, and then Death Knight weren't considered very good at the start of BFA, so I changed to something else. I think a Hunter I changed to. And I ended up regretting it. So, you know, being a meta slave is not really for me. Demon Hunter, that's the last one, right? That's the last one. Thank you, FL. I hope that my sort of view on looking at the classes and which ones to play might help out someone else when it comes to picking classes, because I know some people, Casper, is very confused about what to play. So maybe this will help out some other people. Okay, so we've got Mage. Yep. I don't know why it's making a space. Priest. Warlock. Do we have any other cloth classes? We got 3 here so far. I don't really play casters at all. So I don't know if we have more. But these seems like the basic ones. Yeah. Should I take a look at the character select screen? Hold on. Warrior, Paladin, Hunter, Rogue, Priest, Shaman, Mage, Warlock, Monk, Druid, Demon Hunter. Yeah, we have all of them. It's fine. So with this list here, I'm going to write pros and cons for each of them. And you guys are more than welcome to shoot in with some good things. I'm not talking about like, well, right now, the Demon Hunter has like the highest DPS count of all the classes during Nyarlotha on Mythic difficulty or something. Like, that's not what I'm looking for. To give an example, Paladin, basically an assistant to the healer and tank, because that's pretty much what you do. At least as a red paladin, that's what you do. You also do DPS, but you have so many utilities. Like, you basically, this entire bar here is just utilities to help out the team. So you have so many things. 12. Sometimes you need to equip that cloth in your DK if the stats are good. That's true, while leveling. I always wanted to main DK, but the rune management is hard for me. For some reason, I always get discouraged and go back to my warrior. The rune thing is quite a learning curve. Like, once you get past that obstacle and you actually start getting used to balancing, because there's 2 types of resources. You have runes and you have runic power. So, you know, constantly balancing between the 2 is kind of a learning curve, but once you actually get it, you don't think about it anymore, and it actually becomes quite fun. So I had a struggle too at the start, but I've actually come to love it. Yeah, Frost DK is a good starting choice. It's actually, if you take a look at it, like, okay, just to come with an example here. So Warrior, Fury specifically, is equal to fast and fun, right? Because that's usually what a Fury Warrior is. But if you take a Death Knight, and you're past the point where runes are an obstacle for you when you play the class, then Frost is equal to Fury Warrior. I mean, some people might disagree, but I think so. Frost is fast, it's fun, it has a really cool, you know, quick play style. You can't play Unholy though. And that's the thing. Unholy is equal to slow and methodical. And I'm not talking slow, as in like you have moments where you can't hit something. If you don't know how to manage your runes, yes, then you have moments when you can't hit something. But an Unholy Death Knight is about using the correct spell for the right purpose, and it changes constantly. Whereas if you take a Fury Warrior, you basically have a very specific rotation of click whatever is the strongest spell whenever it's not on cooldown, you know. Whereas, Unholy Death Knight has pretty much all the spells available constantly, but you need to press the right one. So that's the difference there, which I think is kind of fun. So, if we had to talk about... We're just talking DPSs here, by the way, for now. Then we'll take healers, then we'll take tank. So, red. I'll just write red here, just so we know what exactly I'm talking about. Actually, if you take a red or a tank or whatever, all the roles of a paladin is basically assisting the team. So they all have basically the same utilities, and they will get even more that are shared across the specs in Shadowlands. So that is that's kind of fun about paladin, because we have to take the changes into account too. It's not about how is paladin right now. It's about how is paladin going to be in Shadowlands. And some of these classes, to be honest, I haven't looked that far into, but some of them I have. Okay, so if we had to okay, let's do pros and cons. Pro. Fury is fast and fun. But as a con, let's go down. Arms is only for arena PvP or battlegrounds. You know, team PvP. Let's say team PvP instead, because you have no survivability as arms warrior. So if you want to play warrior, you're stuck with Fury. If you're like me, because I like to just play solo gameplay, world PvP, that type of thing. So red is for those who like support classes. Exactly. If you want to play something that is fun as a DPS spec, like when it comes to the rotation for killing someone, you don't play Paladin. Paladin is very basic. I actually have one right here. You can't see him. Let's just go ahead and move this over a little bit, maybe. Can I? No? 1 second. Let me just demonstrate what I talk about. Okay, so we have our Paladin, and basically you just manage those holy power. You got 5, and you just constantly manage them. Pretty much. I just wasted a holy power there. This is your rotation. Some people think this is good because it's simple. You don't have to put too much thought into it, and it works. But I like to have something that's a little bit more challenging. Something that has a rotation where you have to think a little bit more than just what I'm doing here. So yeah, the strength of Paladin is definitely in this section down here. This is all my support spells. This instant cast of, Flash of Light that is super strong. The Blessing of Protection you can put on allies. You have a Lay on Hands you can put on allies. You can, I don't know, what else does he have? He has buffs over here you can put on allies. You can cleanse people. So there's different things. Blessing of Protection. No, Freedom, it's called. There's so many things here that are just meant for supporting people. I thought that was my fiance for a second. Every time I see a Rapt, I'm thinking, oh, that's her. Oh, it's a lot of viewers. I just noticed. This must be a popular topic. So yeah, Paladin is for assisting. And when it comes to Shadowlands, it becomes even more a support class, which is not a bad thing. Paladin is super strong. If you want to play PvP as a Paladin and you just want to solo content, Paladin is perfect. You're not gonna die. If you walk up to a world boss, or if you take too many mobs or something, your Paladin's not gonna die, basically. It's super strong, it's very effective. But the fun part, which I'm looking for in classes, is in assisting your teammates inside a dungeon, or assisting your teammates inside a raid, or whatever. And not just that, if you like that type of gameplay, if you like playing a healer, Paladin is the most fun, at least personally, I think, the most fun healer spec in the entire game. Why is that? Well, it's because when you play a Holy Paladin, you don't feel like you're a healer. Like, you feel like you're 50% a DPS. Let's just grab something really quick here. Intellect, shield. Okay, well, that was actually what I wanted to do. You have a very basic rotation, and I love it. Like, your attack spells are core part of your rotation. You don't just, as a healer, stand back behind the enemies and just heal your team. You can, but it's not efficient as a paladin. It's not what you're supposed to be doing. So you're not like a monk, you're not like a priest, you're not like any of those. You just run up and you start dealing damage, and then you use Holy Shock, and then you wait for it to charge. Use spells to reduce its cooldown. Oh, you can use it again. Charge. Like, it's super fun. It's very fast, and it's just so, you know, different than all the other classes. So I like this. I like Holy as a healer, and I think if we had to go back to the list here, I think probably the biggest plus. Rose. I see this as a plus too. An assistant to the healer, that's a plus in my book. Some people might see that as a negative, because, you know, I want to deal damage. I don't want to assist the healer or the tank. Like, I'm not here to do that. No, a rogue, on the other hand, all that damage that combat rogue can do, you know. Like, that's not how I like to do dungeons. I like to assist people. Oh, thank you. It is a lot of fun. And it's very scary as a Holy Paladin to get into healing if you don't know how you're supposed to play it. Because you might just do like any other healing, just stand back and start healing, which is a waste of spells. So, or waste of mana. So, okay, another pro is definitely healers. Actually, let's just say Holy. Holy, most fun healer in game. Period. Exclamation mark. Because both, you know. But the thing is, Paladin is not just the most fun healer in the game. Let's actually go ahead and write a con really quick. Let's just see. Cons. Ret is equal to... What is a word for, like, average fun? Rotation wise? I don't know. It's just not that exciting, I think. So if we take the Holy Paladin, not the Holy Paladin, the Protection Rot, I also think it is the most fun tank in the game. I actually legitimately think so. Paladins as a tank and a healer are like some of the most fun you'll have, I think. Whereas the Red Paladin, you know, if you like to play a healer, you're gonna love Red Paladin. That's basically what I'm saying. If you love being a healer and you're rarely ever playing a DPS, you'll love Retribution Paladin, because you're spending a lot of your time in a party. Let's say I have the raid party frames here. You're gonna spend a lot of time watching those and then casting a Holy Shock or an instant Flash of Light, it's called, to your party members, or Blessing of Protection or something. That's what you do. Which is also going into like the, you know, the Paladin class fantasy, because that's what it's all about. So I like Balanced Druid for the utility, Mythic Plus. I'm not too much of a Mythic Plus, like you know, like a heavy Mythic Plus goer, in that sense that I look into classes for like which one has the best utilities, and then I'll, you know, pick something. But if I did do like heavy Mythic Plus runs, that would probably be something that concerned me, because I'm actually not sure whether or not Red Paladin is good for Mythic Plus. Like, if we take this one for example, I don't know which utilities would be good for the team. I kind of have a sense that all this assisting the healer stuff is something that I personally would think is really nice for the healer to bring, but I also think that people who reach the level of, like, let's say Mythic Plus 15, the healer, he doesn't need a DPS helping out. They just need to mow down the mobs as quick as possible, basically. So, you know, I wouldn't see a red paladin as being that useful in high mythic pluses. But I don't know. Is there anything else about the paladin that we want to add to the list? Anyone who has a suggestion, more than welcome to throw it on. Oh, I got another pro. This might not be something that most people are concerned about. All two-handed weapons. I love two-handed weapons in the game. I want to farm all of them in Shadowlands. I want to farm all of them in BFA. So having two-handed weapons is important to me, which the Paladin can do. But other than that, do we have any cons? Because we need to think about bad stuff too, right? We can't just sit here and just say, oh, you know, praise here and there. Like, how good is this class? We also need to think about the bad stuff. Let's just go on to something else then. Paladin is the only class I didn't level yet, so I have no idea. I have a max level in all other classes. I recommend trying to level 1. It's fun, it's fun. If you like I said, support roles. Death Knight. One of the pros... Actually, let's go ahead and just create this pros and cons really quick. There you go. One of the pros for Death Knight that means a lot to me is plate classes is actually my favorite type of armor class in the game. Death Knight is by far, in my opinion, the best class for PvP. And it doesn't matter if it's world PvP, it doesn't matter if it's arena or whatever. Well, talking DPSs here, not healers, okay? Because Paladin is amazing as a healer in arenas and stuff. But Death Knights, if we just talk about those, best PvP plate class in game. Again, all this is personal opinion, so some people might agree with me. Oh, mobility. Right, mobility. Yeah, that's an issue. Mobility equal to bad. The same thing is for Death Knight. Let's just go ahead and add that in here. Now, the thing is, though, that Death Knight actually makes up for it. Because a Paladin has... What is it called? Gotta change spec again. Paladin also have a spell that will... it's called Hand of Hindrance, which can slow down opponents, but the problem is that it's on a 30-second cooldown, and it only works on one opponent. Whereas Death Knight has spammable slows, which in my opinion is super awesome, and can grab people, basically. Like, Death Knight doesn't really suffer from having slow movement, because he has so many utilities that will just allow for him to, like, if people try to run away from him, they're not gonna run away. He'll bring them in again. Like, it's just really awesome, I think. So yeah, I think in the movement department overall, Paladin is the worst one, because like Death Knight has something to counteract it in a sense. Yeah, they have Death Grip too, super awesome. Death Grip though, I think. Yeah, that is the grab people one that I talked about. Other bad things about Death Knight? No on-demand healing. That is something I care about. If you're wounded, your opponent has gone down, let's say you fight world PvP or something, you kill a person, but you have half health left. How are you going to heal yourself up again? I mean, you can counteract that just by bringing food, I guess. So is that really, because if you're talking about like self-healing, I think on-demand healing is more like if you want to heal teammates. Whereas Death Knight has amazing self-healing. Some of the best in the game, I would say. And they look badass. Let's add that one to it. Like, no kidding, Death Knight is my favorite lore in the game. Like, of all the class fantasies, Death Knight is like the best one, I think. Like, it's like a 10 out of 10. Everything else is like 7 out of 10. And then, you know, going downwards. Did you see that we, like, some people, they actually went into the game files and saw that there was an intact version of the Helm of Domination? You know, the Lich King helmet? There's actually an intact version in the game files, and it seems that it's actually set in as a piece of gear that you can get, which I think is kind of awesome. I don't know if it's too much, like, I don't know, if we're all running around as Death Knights with the Lich King helmet and you know, the Frostmourne shard artifact weapon that we have in Legion. I don't know if that's too much. Warrior. So, as you can see, I wrote arms is only for team PvP, which means that I don't care about arms. Only the artifact weapons I care about, because we'll be able to, like, pick them up from different specs in Shadowlands. But I don't care about the actual spec, which means that, essentially, I actually only have one spec to play. I, Daniel, only care about Fury. So the problem here is, what if Fury is bad? And I'm talking about like I don't care about the meta, but if I end up being at like the bottom spectrum with the class that I play and no one wants me to join in on whatever they're doing because they are meta slaves, if Fury is in a bad spot, I can't do like my Death Knight and switch over to, like, you know, between Frost and Unholy, depending on which one is considered good to play. So that is a big negative of only one spec to play. But if we have to put like the obvious one for pros, it would be that we have 2 times two-handed weapons. And you can farm all weapon mogs except glaives. Is that how you spell glaives? I think it is. Let's do this. Mogs. I hope some of you are looking at my list here and thinking, oh, okay, he actually brings up some good points there. I only care about transmog, so I'll play a warrior or something. What else do we have when it comes to these? Another con. Bad for solo gameplay. Some people might disagree, even when it comes to Fury. Some say Fury has amazing self-healing. Others say that they are just like, they're completely lacking in the healing department. I think I haven't spent enough time with Warrior to just like really get a good idea about what is the amazing side of Warrior. One thing I'll give it though is that they feel amazing to play rotation wise. Like, there's no class in the game that feels more destructive than a warrior. If you pick up a Fury Warrior, like, you feel like you're gonna mow down your enemies basically. But one thing is what it feels like. Another thing is, you know, if I'm not gonna do PvE, because Warrior is amazing for PvE, I think. But for PvP, you have to play arms. And I want to play PvP. So all this stuff down here, you can see, like, I'm like, most of these things are PvP related. So if you want to do PvE, dungeons, raids, that type of thing, just questing, it's probably amazing. But not for PvP. If you don't want to play arms, that is. Like, even today in BFA, like, people are saying, why... Is that one of you guys? Why bring in... you can't even see it, can you? Why bring in a Fury Warrior when arms is definitely the better one? Like, people don't accept you in PvP. So these are the plate classes. I know for a fact that I will at least play one plate class when it comes to Shadowlands. I'm pretty hooked on the Death Knight because I've always played Death Knight, and no matter how many times I jump over to another class, let's say I have a Shaman period or a Druid period, I want to play something else, I always return to my Death Knight at some point. It's just too good to just let go, if you could say so. So I think this will be a definite candidate. Let's actually, let's not do the whole thing. Let's just do this. Death Knight will be a definite candidate. Paladin will be a maybe. Warrior, for me personally, is not going to be a candidate. I'm sorry to Warrior players. I know it hurts to see it getting crossed out. I'm not saying Warrior is bad. I'm just saying it doesn't really fit my terms of fun in the game. Because fun is relative. Okay, so we have Hunter. Whoop, that was the wrong button. Hunter, which is, I think, my favorite caster in the game for multiple reasons. Let's just write pros. Can tame pets. That might be something some people see as lame, but I personally think it adds a whole new level to the game. When a new expansion comes out and you're like, ooh, which pets can I tame? Is there some awesome Shadowlands looking like something that looks similar to, you know, the Kultiran Druids or something? Is there something amazing there that I can tame and use as a pet? Like, that is something that, I don't know, I just think is really awesome. And tame pets. It's like playing Pokemon, which my fiance and I just started doing on the Switch. Okay, so another thing with the Hunter is that Survival Hunter is amazing for world PvP specifically. I'm not saying it's amazing for arena or battlegrounds, because there's probably other specs that might be considered better. If you know how to play a Survival Hunter properly, you will never, ever end up in a situation where you can't go back into stealth, or you can't, you know, reset the fight and heal yourself up to full health again. Like, it's just amazing to play if you know how to play properly. Do I know how to play properly? No. But I want to learn how to play properly. So, you know, I think that's a really big pro. And by the way, two-handed swords and axes. And then if we had to write down a con, no maces. Is that how you spell a mace? Yeah. I don't know. That's a big no-no in my book. Because, you know, we have 3 types of two-handed weapons. Out of plate, I'll be playing Prot Arms Warrior and Red Holy Pally. I'll probably give DK a shot again because I really want to make that work. Probably Frost of Blood. I think you should. I think once you finally get the runic power thing, it changes the way you look at Death Knight. So I would consider giving it a go again. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Red and Holy Pally is really fun to play. Again, Red is fun if you like assisting. Holy is just a whole level of healer fun that none of the other healers have. So with this, I can actually write stealth on the list here. It's not stealth like druids or rogues, but it is still pretty good. Like, you have a 1-minute spell, you know, 1-minute cooldown, and it lasts for 1 minute. It's a long time to be in stealth, and, you know, unless you use stealth constantly moving around, like, it won't be an issue. So, you know, if you see someone you want to fight, you want to start out in stealth, it's really good. And stealth has full health healing. If you actually get into stealth as I think all the specs have it, you just heal up to full health within, I don't know, 30 seconds or so. It's kind of like the rogue. Like, they poof back in stealth, they heal themselves up again, then they start fighting again. That's what a survival hunter is. But the difference is that we don't have a 2-minute cooldown for, like, poofing back into stealth. Hunters, they have a whole crap ton of utility to freeze or slow or stun. and then they can kite away, get back into stealth, and reset the fight while still having dots up in the opponent, so they can't, you know, heal themselves or whatever if they want to sit down and eat food or something. So that's really cool. Or mount up again, because flying is a thing in BFA at the moment. If we had to put a con, I would say that Beastmaster and... Oh, what is the other one? Marksman. What is the shortening for Marksman? Marksman. 2 M's, right? Is equal to... meh. So basically, again, I'm back to a point here where if I want to play Hunter, but Survival Hunters only may be considered good in PvP, and Beastmaster and Marksman Hunter are like, you know, if you want to do dungeons, raids, that's the one you play. I'll be stuck playing, you know, 2 different specs that I'm like, eh. Like, Beastmaster is okay, because they have the Spirit Beast, that's kind of awesome. But Marksman, I've never really been a Marksman Hunter. I love how Archer is helping out, writing MM. That shows a bit about how far behind the stream is, by the way, because I can't set my latency settings to be faster than it is. Can I also say something else about this list here? This isn't a list from a person who knows exactly what the classes play like, and now they're just looking to see, okay, what kind of meta things are we looking at in Shadowlands? This is a list by someone who is new to the game, who wants to look into his first ever main. Which is true. I don't actually have one particular character that I'm like 100% certain this is my main. I always switch around from week to week. But I want to stick to one. So if you take a look at the Hunter here, I don't know. I have periods of time where I want to play my Hunter, and then I have periods of time where I just can't stand playing a Hunter. So is there a color between... What about orange? Do I have an orange color here? It's pink orange? No. I'll put yellow. I don't really like standing still, so for, me and casters don't mix well. It's the same thing for me. If I can't attack while moving, it sucks, basically. So, but that's the good thing about like Hunter, because you can actually, it's the one cast in the game that allows you to move around while casting, compared to like the other ones down there. So that's one of the reasons why I actually played Hunter somewhat lengthily at some point in BFA, because I could actually stand playing it. I enjoyed the melee Hunter a lot though. Don't remember the spec. Yeah, that's survival one. That's the one I'm talking about too. Like, that's the one I really like playing. Okay, so Hunter is in yellow. Shaman. Pros. Cons. Do you have any survival, not survival, Shaman players watching? Probably a few, I'm assuming. If you look around BFA at the moment, you're not going to see a lot of Shamans. And they, I believe, are considered not so good. Shaman, Elemental Shaman is considered good, I believe, but Enhancement is like, oh, you know, if you pick up Enhancement, good luck getting into groups that look for the meta, at least. So pros, amazing looking spells, big visuals, it's amazing. Archer plays Shaman, awesome. My fiance, she mains a Shaman. Amazing looking spells. Oh, we're going down to a new page. Fast and fun. I'm talking enhancement specifically here. Lots of fun utility. Like, they have so much fun utility. One particular, actually no, two particular utilities that I like, my two favorites, one when it comes to the Shaman, is the PvP ability of putting down a totem, and if somebody attacks you, it shoots back 100% of the damage that you receive back to the person who attacks you. I have been able to take down warriors with 100,000 more health than me while I was leveling my shaman. Like I just reached 120. I was gearing it up a little bit. I had maybe like 170,000 health. The other guy had 280 or something, and I killed him 4 out of 5 times in our duel, just because of that one totem. Another one that's really fun is the ability to push away people, but that's only that's limited to elemental shaman. I don't know if its enhancement gets it too, because of the sharing spells across specs in Shadowlands. So with this one, actually let's it covers under utility, I think, having fun spells. Con, it's mail armor. Let's be real here for a second. If you take all the armor classes in the game and look up which ones you have the most options of combining armor sets from, mail armor is the worst. I have, I don't know if other people manage to do so, but I have tried. I've spent days trying to put together a set that looks amazing. I have maybe 1 or 2 sets that I can switch between that I think is like, okay, this is a shaman, But with all the other, with, plate sets or cloth, actually, I haven't looked too much into cloth. But leather is a really good example of 100 different sets you can make. Whereas shaman and hunter is you can make I don't know, 2 or 3. No, they will not. The stream is a little bit behind, so I might need some, what do you call it? Some way for me to know what exactly is being answered to something I've said. Yeah, so I think that's a pretty big con. Just say mock options horrible. I just want to point out something as well here. When I say mock options are horrible, sure, you can go into Tomb of Sargeras and farm a full set that looks amazing. I don't like using full sets. I like combining sets together. And on top of that, I don't like them being flashy. I like looking like an adventurer that doesn't have a lot of light shining off their armor or something. I want to look like a low-key adventurer when I play my game. This is my attempt. You can actually see him. This is my attempt at making a paladin that isn't too much, with light stuff shining off his armor. You know those shoulders from Tomb of Sargeras that are has light pieces hovering on top of them? Everyone wants to have those particular shoulders as a paladin. I hate those shoulders because they're too shiny. I look like a mix between a warrior and a paladin when I play, because it's more down to earth. It's more low key. Really amazing. Pushback spell enhancement. Don't get it. Oh, okay, that's good to know, because that is something that I was kind of looking forward to if they were getting it. Survivability of enhancement. Yes, James is in here. Survivability is horrible. And I think it's not just enhancement. I think we're talking elemental too. Talking about survivability, we're talking spells specifically. We're talking spells CD spells. We're not talking utility, because if you actually, as a shaman, use your utilities to the fullest, you can survive pretty well as a shaman. But if you go into an arena or battleground, and let's say somebody comes over and stuns you or something, you're just screwed. You're just dead. If multiple people are focusing you down, even the healer won't be able to heal you back up to full health. It's just so bad, because you have no defensive cooldowns you can press. You can go into Ghost Wolf, which has a passive effect that gains you a little bit of armor, and you can also choose to get a little bit of healing every 2 or 3 seconds or so. But you have to jump into Ghost Wolf form, and you have to wait 4 seconds before any of that to be fully effective. So Survivability is a big horrible thing. Which I think you can play around. Like, I'm not saying playing around with it, I'm saying you can play around it. You can do something to get around the fact that we're squishy. But again, it takes a lot of practice. I'll put this in yellow for now. Just keep in mind, some of these yellows will turn into greens by the end of this stream. Hopefully. Oh, there's a Facebook post that talked about warlocks when they use that fell rush, you know, where they run really fast, but they also lose health at the same time, and there's like fire coming behind them. If you were a healer and you saw a warlock in a dungeon constantly using fell rush to get between mobs, because, you know, he gets there faster, would that offend you as a healer? Because to me personally, I don't mind if they do it from time to time, if they're like behind everyone else, but if they want to get to the mobs first and they're burning away half their health constantly, just wasting it and expecting me to heal them back up again, they can go suck on a health stone for all I care. Like, they should not be my thing to take care of. Okay, so that was male. Can I just point out, I think the reason why we have so little awesome male armor, because we only have 2 classes that wears it. Personally, I think that we're going to be getting a Tinker class, maybe next expansion, and they will add the Tinker class to the male section. That will be awesome, I think. Okay. Rogue. Pros and cons. Awesome fun in PvP. Cons, actually that should be like so. Cons, they are feral is more fun. This is a very controversial statement. It's very personal. Like, you know, some people might think that feral is just super boring. Rogue is fun. To me personally, I think feral is more fun. Outlaw with a badass Mog is the only acceptable option for rogue. Awesome. I think Outlaw personally is my most fun rogue spec. I just think it's so, like, it's too bad that it's mainly for like AoE attacking. You use an Outlaw rogue. If it's single target damage, you don't go Outlaw, which is, you know, leaves out world PvP and stuff like that. It doesn't leave it out, but unless you want to purposely handicap yourself, you don't play Outlaw rogue in world PvP. Preachin' Blues says feral is more fun. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Let me explain. Feral has more utilities. I'm talking about like crowd control. They have like 5 or something. Like there's so many crowd control. Let me log in with my feral. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Rogues essentially as well. If you do world PvP as a rogue, and you spend that get into stealth free card that you have that has a 2-minute cooldown, once that's spent, that's it. You gotta just consider, you know, can you kill the person, the one that you actually had to spend that spell to get away from because you couldn't beat them the first time? Are you gonna wait 2 minutes and try again, or are you gonna jump in again immediately and try and see if you can beat him? You know, the guy that just beat you the first time when you used that spell. I don't know. It's kind of a weird battle res. Battle res is a thing too. They have battle res. They have cyclone, which is spammable. Yes, it costs mana, but it's pretty much spammable. Like it's just so low cost. Keep using it. So if you're in world PvP, you want to get away from someone, you can use it, and it just can't do anything. We have a root that is just a fixed part of the class. We can choose another utility, stun, a push that also doesn't root them. What is it called? Day system or something. And we have a mass root, and we can choose one of those. We have speed on our side. We can just go into feral form, which we are already because we play feral, and we can kite people around indefinitely. Rogues may be able to get out of free, into stealth for free, but Feral has so much mobility and so many utilities that we don't need it. So the difference between Rogue and Feral is that Rogue has a 2-minute cooldown on when they can get into stealth again, whereas Feral can do it indefinitely. They don't need to wait 2 minutes. They just use a slow, they can use a root, they can use Cyclone, they can do something, and then they can just cut away, because they have mobility, get back into stealth. It's like the best PvP class in the game. Thorns. James is saying Thorns as well. And Cyclone is free in Shadowlands as well. That's a big thing to point out. They just have... And also, they have some of the best self-healing in the game. Like, as a DPS, we have, if you talent into it... Let me just show. If you talent into it, you have Rejuvenation, which is a heal over time. We have Swiftment, 25-second cooldown. That's not a very long time. And it heals you for a crap ton of health. You have mass healing, so if you're in a dungeon and you like a paladin to assist the team, I use Wild Growth constantly to help the healer out, especially now that we have Bursting as an affix in Mythic Dungeons. I like, not having the healer waste his mana, getting everyone back to full health after we're done with a section of mobs. I can just do it, and the healer can just mana up again. It's amazing. Like, there's so many utilities, and not just that. We have bear form and stuff that we can just like constantly switch into. If we want defensive, we can go into bear form. Of course, we don't really have any sort of offensive capabilities in bear form, but that doesn't matter, because in Shadowlands, we'll have amazing shiny bear Legion artifact forms. And I don't care if there's no offensiveness as a bear. It looks amazing while you're dying. So, I make good points. I'm glad I do. I'm not saying Rogue is bad, because Rogue has, incredible one-on-one stun utilities as well. It has amazing team capabilities. Let's say you want to play Arena. You don't go Feral Druid. No. You go a Rogue, because its utilities just fit so much better in Arena environments than a Feral does. So a Feral is more like, do you like World PvP or do you like Arena? You have to ask yourself what exactly you want to do. So Rogue is like a team effort. Do you have a healer backing you up, or do you have a mage or something that can help crowd control? You go Rogue, because they have so much better damage than Feral. But Feral just have, in my opinion, much better utilities, much better healing, much better, speed. Like, they just have, everything else is just so good. Dispels, soothe, you can dispel different enrage effects, remove corruption from yourself. Like, there's just so many things there. And it's not on a 2-minute cooldown, because Rogues have that too, but it's on a 2-minute cooldown. And this one may not remove all effects, and Rogues do, but like I said, it's 8 seconds. So that's my thought about Druid. And Rogue, because right now we're not talking about Druid, we're talking about Rogue. I don't know how we got so sidetracked. I'm passionate when it comes to pros and cons with Rogue and Druid. So yeah, I can immediately say that Rogue, while it is fun, because I promise you, when I play Rogue, I have a crap ton of fun in PvP. But between Rogue and Feral, like, I will play Rogue because of the stealth aspect. I think Feral just does it better. Personal opinion. I'm not saying that that's a fact. I'm just saying personal opinion. I think Feral's better. So Rogue is left out from what I'm doing here. Druid, I don't even need to talk about the pros and cons, because I just made a huge list of it. That's going to be a plus. Talking about tanking, someone like me, who is new at tanking, not very good at it, Druid tanking as a Guardian is like the easiest entry of into tanking that I could ever wish for. So tanking, amazing on Druid. Healing, Druid healers has always been like on the top meta, always, and it's fun. I like having the hot mechanic, putting dots on your, or hots it's called, on your allies. It's just so much fun. So I've actually never tried Arena, so few people, so it feels like a lot of pressure to do well or fail your team. Yeah, You're right. That's also like the reason I think why I only play random skirmishers. I don't play like the rated arenas. I just play random ones because you find people in there who are, I don't know, worse than you. If you think you're a bad player and you go into arena, there will always be someone who's worse than you. There's always going to be someone who's better than you. It's just, you know, just how it is. People don't get mad in arenas when it's random arenas. So, you know, it's, I don't know. If you play rated, people get mad at you if you don't perform well. So you're absolutely right. Which is also why I like world PvP a lot better. I like going out there, finding a victim who is, I don't know, doing a world quest and just, you know, having fun with them. I think it's a lot more fun than arena. So Druid, that is definitely a big plus. Monk. Ooh. I don't know about you guys, but this one is a big no-no for me. I don't have anything against it. You know, it's just... I need to explain this properly before I say anything, okay? Because it might come out bad. When I like to play characters in the game, I like something that I can relate to, like a warrior. I think it's very fun with a warrior because I can relate to the character. It could be me in there, walking around, being an actual person in the game because they don't have any magical abilities. Or I need to think that the class fantasy is just absolutely amazing when it comes to playing it. Druid, I think, is amazing when it comes to Kultiran druids because their lore behind why they're druids and everything with the trusts is completely different than the other different ones. But when it comes to monk, see, the bad thing is, yeah, I've actually been a martial art trainer for like 8 to 10 years. I can't remember exactly how many years. And I've taught mixed martial arts. I've taught, you know, street fighting, self-defense classes, and there's a big thing in the martial art world. If you do martial arts, you have the more oriental martial art styles, which are very much about, you know, looking flashy. It looks beautiful when you fight and stuff like that, but it's not very useful in a real fight against someone on the street. Whereas if you take something like boxing, kickboxing, wrestling, and I'm not saying WWE wrestling because that's fake. Real wrestling, okay? Krav Maga, that type of thing, Muay Thai, that's street fighting, okay? That stuff is cool. But when you see the characters in game do their stuff, they're doing the Oriental style. And I'm not saying I have anything against Oriental martial art because I think it looks beautiful. I think it's amazing. But when you have the knowledge that it's not going to work in a real fight, it just seems way fantasy to see it in game. Like, unrealistically. So a big no-no for me is, yeah, let's just write class fantasy. Class fantasy. Pros, one of two of the best brawling classes in game. Do you guys know which one the other one is? It's one that is very similar to how a monk plays. Not talking about the healing stuff and all that. Yeah, Brewmaster, I kind of like the Brewmaster's, what do you call, fantasy, because it's like, you know, drunken style. He walks around with the keg on his bag. I like the artifact weapon and stuff like that, but, you know, the class fantasy of the overall class just never really caught on to me. Yeah, it's one of the two best brawling classes in game. When I say brawling classes, I'm talking, okay, it's 1 versus 1. It's you against one other person. Who's gonna win? Monk is like, I would personally say the best one of those. The other one is this one, which is Demon Hunter. Just copy paste. I'll remove the class fantasy though. Yeah, these are like the two best brawling classes that exist in the game. Monk has an incredibly fun healing spec. The tank spec is unique. It's very sought after in raiding because when there's like one hit kill mechanics from bosses, they can tank it. But I'm not too much of a tank person. So like this is like a huge plus. But like the fantasy is just like so much of a killer when you're into like the martial art world. Some people who are just like think it's really awesome to do martial arts, but they haven't done it before and just think it looks amazing. They might be really happy playing a monk. Me personally, not too much of a fan of the style of martial art they actually do in game. They have really awesome utilities. And when I say utilities, I'm talking about like the Ring of Peace. I'm talking about Karma. Karma is just so much fun. Hey, Besson. Are you hungry? Is that what it is? I got a couple of dogs here with me. Arrgh. The way the Brewmaster holds his baton is epic. Oh, it is so awesome. I love the way that he holds it over his shoulder, and then when he walks with it, just like dangles back and forward. It's probably one of the best weapon animations in game, like period. Oh, you're so tired. You want some food? Is that what you want? Yeah, you want some food. Let me just feed them for a second. And you guys can think more about, whoops, sorry about that, pros and cons. And that was quick. Not much thinking. Need something to drink. Probably not Red Bull, that's the best thing when you're thirsty. See, the thing is, I'm looking at the list here. I could probably write a bunch more in the pros. This is the only bad thing I have to say about class fantasy, like about the monk. Everything else about the monk is just perfect, I think. If we had to talk, like, if we had to like nitpick things, the Storm, Earth, and Fire spell that splits you into 3 people looks horrible. But again, the reason I think it looks horrible is because of class fantasy. It splits you into like these kung fu uniforms, which is not really what I see an awesome monk being. I don't know. I want to see a street fighter instead of a martial art monk. Aren't they really good at AoE healing? Both Druid and monk, I think, are really good at AoE healing. Do you still buy him those gigantic bones? Oh, he's actually not gotten one of those in a while. I'll have to buy him one. Agree about Storm, Earth, and Fire, really ugly spell. I'm glad I'm not the only one. They do have the ability to... Oh, what is it called? There's a talent row where you could spec into a talent into something where you don't get like those 3 people, but instead you get like a mega version where all the damage is just coming from you, which I think is really awesome. I have actually, back in Legion when I played Monk, I purposely picked... You okay there? I purposely picked that talent, although it might not have been like the best talent, just because of how it looked. Because you get this like a Zen symbol on top of you, you turn into like a white figure, the light up and stuff. It's very beautiful to look at. I just thought it looked really good. Serenity, that's the one. Yes. I'll put this one in yellow. Because, completely honesty, it's only the class fantasy I don't like. I actually have this fun little story going. I have a Void Elf monk. And my story for that character to try and get around, like try to trick my mind into thinking it's okay, is I'm a Void Elf who used to study the Void, but it overwhelmed him, and therefore he had to go in monk training to become more Zen, you know, for his mind to be able to handle the Void corruption that he's received. I don't know, it might be a stupid way to try and, you know, mentalize your brain a little bit. But it's the way that I've tried to get around it. Can I just point out, Kung Fu Panda is my all-time favorite animated movie. Alk. I actually, the day it came out in the stores back many years ago, like the first movie, I went out and bought it as soon as it released on DVD. It's an amazing movie. I love it. But again, one thing is what you like looking at and just, you know, oh, it's amazing. Like a martial art movie, like Van Damme movies or something. Like, they're super unrealistic too. But one thing is, okay, I'm actually playing this character. And I need to visualize myself as this character. And now I'm playing something that seems a little bit, I don't know, unrealistic. But, okay, so Monk is definitely, like, I'll put that in yellow because I think it's quite awesome. Demon Hunter, what is there to say? Like, it's an amazing brawler class. I think this one particular fact, like brawling classes in the game, is probably like the top, what do you call it? Like when you praise something, it's the top praise I can give any class in the game, personally, because this is like the biggest plus ever. Which means the Demon Hunter is also going to be in yellow, because it's a brawling class. On top of that, the class fantasy, I used to hate everything with Fel, but I actually found out that I didn't hate Fel. I hated the fact that warlocks had demonology warlocks, and they used like minions to help them fight, which means that the character that you're playing is not really as strong as, you know, let's say a warrior with the same item level, because you're letting the minions do a lot of your fighting, so your overall power is split between you and a pet. I don't know, is it a weird argument for why warlocks might not be like my most favorite thing ever? I think it might be just silly. Cons: if you play a stealth class against him, you're screwed. That's a pro. I wouldn't say that's a con. Pro. Laughs at stealth classes. Keep wanting to save. It's such a habit from programming, because you need to save every single time. I think the same. I hate tunes with pets. Okay, so I'm not the only one. I know warlocks have been complaining a lot about the warlock pet AI specifically, which hasn't been fixed in Shadowlands. I don't know. Is there any cons to Demon Hunter? No healing spec. I don't know. I need to put something there. I know, because my rogue, it's a con for me. Okay, so let me just immediately, while we're going down to the casters, just copy paste a couple of things. So, say pros, cons, and for the cons, what do you call it? What do you call it when they have to charge up the spell before they use it? Spell channeling? / has to stand still and fight. Yeah, this is going to get copied down to all these other ones, because it's the same for them all. Can you even see all of these? Let me scroll up a little bit. Yeah, I think you can see it. Yeah. Okay, so mage, amazing crowd control. Amazing at PvP and PvE. There's always a mage spec that's just overpowered. Every expansion, every single patch, there's always something you can choose as a mage, and it will be good. Like, mage is never in a bad spot. Same thing with rogue. So yeah, I think that's some really good things. Instant teleportation. I think that's a pretty big one too. You don't have to spend as much time traveling around. I've actually considered picking up my mage again, because it's the only character I haven't actually... I don't have a class at max level that's a mage. Yeah. Yeah, in BFA it's fire. Frost is always in like it's not really bad, but people usually pick Frost with a better crowd control, but lesser damage. But, you know, Fire is, from what I kind of have seen, is always ending up being like the OP spec. I think it was the same in Legion, wasn't it? I don't know. I didn't play Mage in Legion. Is there anything else for Mage? Amazing crowd control. Oh, artifact weapons are amazing. Which means I should probably also have put down that you actually pick up Frostmourne as a Frost Death Knight. Artifact weapons. I don't know. That's a big plus as well. Food on demand is useful. On demand food. And it's not just like on demand food. It's like heal yourself 100%. It's not heal yourself 40,000 health or something. It's amazing food. Which means that if you can survive a pack, you can just instantly heal yourself up to full health, like really fast. I think that's a really good one. Okay, Priest pros. I'm talking Shadow Priest right now. Well, let's leave out the other two specs. And just talk Shadow Priest for a second. Shadow Priest has gotten reworked in Shadowlands. They went away from the build up to Void form and then spend it and try to maintain it as much as possible. And now it is a cooldown based spec. You know, you just activate Void form when you have 90 energy and then, you know, you just go at it for that time period. And then you go back into just waiting for it to be up again. Yeah, it is completely fresh. I did try it around for a little bit on the PTR server. I was very happy to see the changes on paper. Then I went in to play it. Then I became so unhappy to see how little Void form you actually had. Then I became happy again when I saw that, oh, okay, so Void form isn't like a crucial part of your rotation for high damage. Like you're getting a bunch of other really good spells to make up for Void form. Mind control someone off a cliff. Yeah, that is a big. I'll put it here because I'm a world PvPer. That is definitely going on the list. Mind control people off cliff. I'm gonna put class fantasy as a huge, like that's a plus. We'll put plus here because if you're into the light class fantasy, you know, like paladins and stuff, you have the priest, right? It's the ultimate light user. But also, if you're into that sort of Lovecraftian, old god, corruption, you know, sort of theme, then you want to play a Shadow Priest. So you have that side too. If you want to fuse it together, you have Discipline Priest. It uses both. And not just that. Disc Priest is equal to... what could you call it? Like, never die. If you want to do quests and stuff. Like in a lot of cases, I've actually seen people produce just as high damage as a Disc Priest as a Shadow Priest do. But again, that's a BFA thing. I don't know if it's going to change in Shadowlands. Like they're just like super fun and super good. One downside though, if I had to put Disc Priest in a con, is that it works best in a group you know. Because if you're fighting, if you're doing a dungeon and you're the healer and you're playing Disc Priest and people keep standing and stuff, like fire, Disc Priest is like you playing at a handicap. It's just not going to work out. You won't be able to heal people fast enough. Disc Priest does a little bit of healing with high burst, you know, in between. But if you have a team that constantly does things to mess things up, it's much easier to keep them alive with another class or another spec. I feel like Holy Priest is kind of like the safe one. Like I sit back and let everyone else do the damage, whereas Disc is like, oh, I wanna fight too, like kind of like the Paladin. But also it kind of reduces your healing output a little bit. They took out 90 insanity? They did? Oh! That is actually a huge plus in my book for Shadow Priest. I'll write it on here. Shadow took out 90 energy requirement for void form. I was so disappointed when I saw that I had to fight for a little bit to get into void form. I just want to like push that button instantly when I get into combat. I'm so happy to hear that. Cashen. I'll call you Rauf from now on. Rauf. That's how we say it in Danish. Okay. So this one here, if I had to talk about, okay, so if I had to pick one of each armor type, at least like try to mix it out as much as possible. I think, you know, spell channeling, because it's a con for all of them, should it just be taken out? No, because this is my personal opinion. I just don't like channeling, so I think it should stay. It should stay. That's what he says. Void form costs nothing now. I'll have to test that out on the PTR, because that'll actually be fun to see. Okay. Man, like, you know how the monk is like, the class fantasy is like the biggest con ever? If that was just not a thing, I would probably consider maining monk, like, permanently. Because the mobility is there, it has so many utilities as well. It's that way about priest. Class fantasy is like a plus in my book, because it just has so amazing class fantasy. And I'm talking specifically Shadow Priest there. Yeah, that's true. You can channel penance while moving. That is true. So half your spells as Disc Priest is actually like while you're moving. It's more than that. I think most of your spells is like you can move and channel at the same time. And I've had a lot of fun with Priest. The one, like, people who saw me in stream, I had a period where I was like, oh, Priest is going to be my new main. You know, it was some months back. And people kept watching me play, tried to convince me that Priest wasn't very good. But I kept playing it because fantasy, you know, it was amazing. But as soon as I got into PvP, World PvP, arenas, Battleground was fun, but anything where it was more like one-on-one and not, you know, groups of people against groups of people, I struggled with Priest, which is one of my more fun parts. But the thing is, I'm not looking at what to main right now. Let's just make that yellow. I'm looking at what, like, one of the handful of classes that I want to play in Shadowlands. Warlock, Priest, I think everyone knows, like, Warlock has health stones, can summon people. Like, you can be, like, you know how when you try to join a raid group and they require, like, item level 450 or something, and you're a Warlock, no, you're a healer, you often get invited in even though you're not the exact item level that they put the requirement for, because healers are, like, in demand. Warlocks are, like, the easiest ones to play and get invited into groups with if there's an item level requirement that you don't meet, because you can summon people. It's always good to have a Warlock. So yeah, they have summon, soulstone. Soulstone, that's a really important one too, because you can just, you know, it's like a combat res, but you can also use it on yourself, which is a very important difference between, like, the Death Knight ones, you know, the Druid combat res. Like, they can use it if they're still alive on an ally, but Warlocks, they can use it on themselves. Then you also have Shaman, if we just had to pick that for a second. Back up to Shaman. Because if we give the Warlock 1+ for that, we need to give the Shaman 2. Can resurrect once every 10 minutes. The problem with Shaman, though, is that you can only resurrect yourself. Reincarnate is called. Pro, there is always one good spec to play. Always. It's just like the mage. Did we actually add this into the mage? We did not. Okay. Keep wanting to save. Cons. I mean, if you play Affliction Warlock, you're basically just running around dotting up people. I think that's a lot of fun. Yeah, mobility. Yeah, I was gonna say mobility. I think solo capability is a huge one. If you want to fight, let's say, one Shadowlands, like, okay, let's say right now, I want to go to Legion and try and kill Mythic something. Let's say, what is he called? Of course I can't remember the name of him. Not Arcus, the guy before. Akramar. If you want to kill Akramar, it's very difficult to do with most classes because he pushes you over the edge. If you have a Warlock, you can have your pet taunt him and you can solo him very easily. Con is a mobility. Okay, let's do this. Affliction, mobility. And demo and Destro mobility. Yeah. Portals I've never been able to figure out, because there's like, once you use it once, that's it. Like, if you're in an arena fight, you use it, it's used. What else is the portal good for then? It's like one Hail Mary during one fight. I don't know. Okay. So if we had to take a look at the casters here, I am not going to play multiple casters, just to mention it. I will only stick to one caster. So I need to figure out which one of these would be like the best one. Priest would also be yellow. Warlock doesn't really have a class fantasy that is like, you know, amazing to me personally, but it's not bad. It's pretty average. By mobility, I mean running away, etc., not casting while moving. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for that, Affliction is bad too. Because the only way you can move fast is... Actually, you know what? You're right, Alec. You're absolutely right. You've convinced me. Affliction does have bad mobility because you have no speed increasing effects on moving around. But what we can do instead of mobility, we can use the word cast while moving. I think that fixes it. If I had to choose between these three, I would not play Warlock. I'm just gonna be honest here. I'm not saying Warlock is bad, because it is amazing to be a Warlock. You'll get invited into groups, you'll always deal high damage, you can solo stuff, just like a Hunter can. Let's add that in for the Hunter. But it's not like, you know, it's not like the other two. Personal fun reasons for me. Yeah, the talent one. What was that? I saw something. I don't know what happened. There was a sound. Oh, Robert, thank you for your donation. It's about my bedtime. Have a great day. It was fun chatting with you. Thank you so much, Robert, for the $5 donation. I always get like half a shock when I get something sent to me, which is rarely, so I appreciate it. Yes, have a good evening. Okay, so I wish I could like fit everything on one screen, because right now I have to scroll down. Okay, so right now Death Knight is a definite yes. Druid is a definite yes. Like those two classes, I keep returning to them. Whenever I say I'm gonna main this other class, I return to these classes at some point. Yeah, Burning Rush, exactly. That's the one I mentioned before. Like, people on Facebook were discussing if a warlock kept using Burning Rush between mobs, which also hurts him. Should you as a healer heal him up every single time, or would you be like offended and just not do it? Where I'm like, I'm not gonna heal him if he uses it in excess. It's his own fault if he dies. That's my opinion. Okay. Between Hunter and Shaman, because I'm not gonna be playing both. See, the problem with Hunter is that I like playing Hunter sometimes, and then I like to put it away again for a long time. I don't have constant fun with it. Which is kind of sad to say, because I like Survival Hunter. I like the PvP abilities it has, but I have to keep in mind that the particular PvP, like world PvP gameplay that I'm liking about Survival Hunter is what I think is also like the Feral Druid kind of has the same thing. Actually, it has a better version of that. So I'm gonna make Hunter red. It's not something I'm gonna pick up. So Warriors crossed out. We have Hunter crossed out. Shaman is a lot of fun. I'll keep Shaman here for now. Monk. Why do you have to be so kung fu-y? Okay, so I have one leather class already, which is Druid. Is there something here? Like, this is the difficult part, because Monk and Demon Hunter, they're the two brawling classes in the game. Like, I won't find any of this in another class. Basically, that's what I'm saying. If I'm like, oh, well, you know, I don't like the classes, but I'll play, I don't know, Shaman instead. Like, it kind of has some of the same things. Like, you can't say that because it doesn't have sort of the same things. These two are unique to what these two specifically do well. What do you guys think, looking at these two? What is your thoughts? Demon Hunter or Monk? I'm going to cross one of them out before I leave this section here, because they do the same thing. I don't want to play a Monk and a Demon Hunter, because I'll just be double playing what I'm looking for in those classes in two different characters. I'll just be splitting it up. If I had to come with some arguments myself, Demon Hunter is more about, you know, I'm a solo player in the wilds, and I want to kill things as fast as possible. Whereas the Monk is about utilities, to screw with your opponent, making the guy kill himself, essentially. Being smarter than the other guy. Demon Hunter is about going in, dealing high damage, putting a lot of pressure, and if you're struggling, then you kite away. Kinda. Don't I think Windwalker rotation is more fun? Definitely. You are absolutely right. It does have the more fun rotation out of these two. Demon Hunter, the thing is, there's two types of classes in the game. There's classes that has a lot of focus on rotation, where you need to sit down with a training dummy and practice the rotation, you know, in order to get good with it. Death Knight and Warrior is a good example of it. Warrior has a priority system. Very simple, you know, if that spell isn't available, then you jump to the next one system. Whereas, you know, I'm not saying Warrior is worse than Death Knight. It's just about the playstyle, because Warrior is more focused about the situation that you're fighting in. It's the gameplay, it's the moving around part, like your actual character and where he is. That's what you gotta focus on. Whereas if you play a Death Knight, you're not gonna have as much thoughts percentage that you can put on the fight that is happening in front of you, because you have to put much more thought into the rotation. So do you like to challenge your brain, or do you like to just have fun? Is basically what I'm saying. Monk is about using your brain and trying to use utilities to win the fight. Because if Monk doesn't have his utilities, he's gonna get slaughtered, basically. Whereas the Demon Hunter, he can survive with his base spells. It's just so much, you know, leeching and survivability, all packed in a very simple rotation. I am just the type of person who think that a complicated rotation is more fun. I like utilities. I like going to a battleground that maybe has a bridge on it and pushing people over the edge, which you can do with Ring of Peace, for example. But it's just so hard because Demon Hunt is also a lot of fun. Like I said, it's fun. Let's lock in with one of both classes. Let's do that. Let's not knock down my drink here. I have Demon Hunter. If we had to talk about customization options, most classes can be monks. So all the new customization options for monk, or like monk classes, monk races is what I'm trying to say. You can choose a lot of different ones. Whereas here you can, you know, one thing I would like to find out, because there's been a lot of like talk on my streams about Demon Hunters. You know how when you glide, you can change directions like this in the air? Will Demon Hunter lose that in Shadowlands? Because some people said that Demon Hunter were gonna gain or lose the ability to control midair. And basically you would just glide, you know, in one direction. Kind of like if a priest puts the hover spell, or the mage is like slow falling himself, it just goes one direction. Yeah, both are fun. I was so sure that I was gonna main Demon Hunter at one point, because it's just so much fun. I love the mechanics of picking up orbs. Oh wow, the training dummy is dying. Well, it is end of expansion. I don't know, it just has so much fun brawling capabilities. Basically what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to play it, get a feeling. Just get a feeling of how they play. Because I think Demon Hunter would... I'm hearing that Demon Hunter is getting a lot of nerfs in Shadowlands, but that is not going to be what makes me decide. It's very important that I don't decide just based on that. So what I'm doing here, that you're seeing, is the extent to what the Demon Hunter is. This one little part here, the rotation, hitting things, is like a 10 out of 10 fun. Whereas if I were to take my Windwalker Monk, where is he? I have two. I'll pick this one. I'm not even in the city. Let's teleport from here. What did I do here? Like, why am I in this place? Oh, okay, no, he is in the city. You can see I went Mistweaver, because Mistweaver is a lot of fun. Again, healing spec is also something that comes with Monk. I do have some... Where my weapons at? This is my Void Elf, who couldn't control his Void, so he had to become a monk to control it. Fantasy. Oh, hey, Snillblixen. My personal preference would probably end in picking Demon Hunters, probably mostly because of their glide ability. Otherwise, you have to spend gold to get Goblin Gliders to be able to glide down. I think the Monk has all three roles, and better rotation would be the better choice, in my opinion, for the duration of Shadowlands. But I'm thinking of Monk because they can also heal. It's so annoying because they're so similar, but yet they're so different. They do like different things. Also, Demon Hunter, you just keep spamming the spells until you can like spam something else. Monk, you get a buff each time you use a different rotation. You can actually see, like, look at what I have on screen here. I can't use Monk without having a guide in front of me. Demon Hunter I can easily do without having stats on the screen, which tells you a little bit about the rotation. So right now I would say Monk, fun-wise, is maybe like an 8 out of 10 when it comes to fighting. Put down a Ring of Peace, just for fun. These forms here are like, they suck. I don't like how they look. They have ugly weapons too. And they smell bad. Throwing out shades. I don't know, there's just so much fun with this one too. Karma is the big, you know, if you want to kill someone. I need to move that combo bar though. Ah, it's such a... Okay, let's return to these. I need to think about them because they are both fun. We get it, you hate them. Yeah. I do. The fantasy, but not the class. Give them some boxing gloves. I'll be more than happy to play them. Okay. Let me just I don't know, lock them in my Druid or something and switch back to our paper. By the way, is the stream stable? I did a bunch of changes to my stream settings. It should be high quality, much higher quality than it was before. You should be able to pick 1080 and stuff like that. I hope it's good quality, is what I'm saying. And it's not buffering every 5 seconds. Okay. Let's take a break from these two and go down to casters. I left out Warlock because it is awesome. What do you guys think? Mage or priest? I would definitely say that, like, this is okay, to be honest, this is just like picking between Monk and Demon Hunter, because they both are like, Mage is more fun when you do the actual fighting rotation, whereas Priest is more simple. But Priest has so much more to offer than just a damage rotation. It's 720 though, not 1080. Interesting. I'm just here. Oh, you're right. It is. Weird. Okay. Probably didn't save the settings. Did I? What is everything else then? So everything else is saved. That's good. Okay, yeah, it's 720. You're right. It's not 1080. I think I'm gonna go with Shadow Priest, just simply because I love the Lovecraftian sort of lore behind it. I'm gonna leave out Mage. I've never really been like, you know, I'll still use all my characters. I just want to point it out. I'm not gonna start deleting characters from my account. I'll use them for farming and stuff. But like, I'm picking out the classes that I would actually actively during Shadowlands every single week farm gear for and farm resources or whatever. And then out of those, whatever, like 4 classes or something that I pick, I have to pick one that I you know, do content with, unlocking reputation and stuff. You vote Mage all day. You love them. They are fun and they're amazing in PvP. They have so many what do you call it, ease of life, there's a word for it, spells and utilities, teleportation, food, like there's just so many good things about them. But I think the class fantasy thing is the same reason that I play Death Knight. I love the class fantasy behind them. And there's just something about, like, Discipline Priest you don't get with any other class in the game. Like, you can get a lot of the caster fantasy through your priest, but you can't get the Discipline Priest through your mage. I think that's where the big difference is for me. Yeah, all the CC abilities. Yeah, the priest sucks when it comes to CC, which is also why they suck at world PvP. You have to stand at the back, and hopefully the team, like the opposing team, won't go for you. If they do, you gotta use your 1 or 2 spells that you have to get them away, and then have their attention go on to another player instead. Like, that's basically what a Shadow Priest is. I think I'll play this one for the fantasy. So how many classes are we at right now? If I had to turn this green, because I want to have 1 cloth class. 1, 2, 3. Let's do 1 for each covenant. I'm not gonna have more than 4. That's just too much. So what I'm basically saying here is that either I have to go Shaman, or I have to go Monk, or Demon Hunter. Or just completely abandon the idea about having a cloth person. Well, the thing is, when it comes to the what do you call it, the transmogs in game, I love plate and I love leather. I have no particular opinion about cloth because I don't actually know what is in the game when it comes to cloth. I hate male transmogs. So like the whole idea about picking 1 of each armor type is very much about as well, like, you know, do I actually like looking at them? Let me lock in with my Shaman. You can't see much on screen, I know. I need to set up my stream deck because my computer, I had to reset it at one point, so I haven't set it up yet. Pick up my 120 Shaman. I think, can I just keep this over here? I can't see the messages. Okay. Let's go back to the Great Seal. The training dummy, something. So my jam is Enhancement Shaman. Of all the casters in game, actually, let me point that out too. If I actually picked up Shaman, I would have a fun caster as well. Because Elemental Shaman is probably the most, like, one of the most fun casters that I've tried in game. They just have so many fun utilities, especially for world PvP. It's apparently a thing that Shamans, they play Elemental for PvP and Enhancement for PvE, which I think is kind of weird. Because I usually see melee fighters as being like, you know, I'm gonna PvP now. Have I thought about which ones fit into the different covenants? Not yet, but that's actually a really good point. My fiance is bringing up a very good point here. Male transmog is boring, I agree. Well, the thing is, okay, let me just show. If I go into collections, I hope you can see it. It's kind of tiny. Let me just see for a second. I need more screens on my computer. Yeah, you can kind of see it. I could just move it over. I actually think they have really awesome transmogs. Like if we take Mythic, like this looks amazing, I think. The thing is though, like I said, I like to play characters and mix and match transmogs. The one I'm wearing right now, let's get out so you can see it, is something I mixed and matched from other sets in the game. Like I think this is pretty awesome looking. But it was basically the only set that I could make as a shaman. That's it. There's nothing else. But if we don't look at the transmogs, if we take a look at, you know, how do they fight, I think they're so much fun. Somebody comes down to kill you, you place a totem on the ground, 100% of the damage gets thrown back at them. Constant procs. It's fast. It's fun. You're basically the avatar. That's so difficult. Would 5 classes be okay? We'll see. Going back to the list here. You get lost with all the totems. I do too. But I pick out specific totems that I'm like, okay, these work. These are like super good. And the best thing is, if you play a Mac out Orc Shaman, I think you can kind of see it at the edge of the screen here. Yeah, you can. You can see the totem right there. The totems look amazing on the Mac out Orc Shaman. That is. Okay, so Shaman, Monk, Demon Hunter. Okay, let's do something else here. My Shaman has a lot of the utilities that I'm looking for in my Monk when it comes to brawling. Karma is my Counter-Strike totem. Is the music too loud? No, it's not. Okay. My Shaman is Sandalari, fits him so well. It does. It's amazing. In general, all the new allied races have much better totems than the old classic races. Shaman has, instead of Karma, Shaman has Counter-Strike Totem, which is up more frequently. It's on a much lower cooldown, and it's a much better spell, in my opinion. It has the ability to push off people off edges if you play Elemental. Elemental is fun in PvP. I actually have fun with a caster in PvP, which I never thought I was going to say. That's the Shaman. So I'll make Shaman green. I'll make Shaman green. There's just so much it has to offer that the other classes don't have to offer. Actually, I would actually say that Enhancement Shaman could go under a Brawler class, if I have to be honest. With the utilities it brings. But which class do I enjoy the most? Out of these, I would play the Shaman. Like, just not thinking about utilities, not thinking about specs, but like pure fun. I will play Shaman. Shaman would definitely be my go-to. The Monk class fantasy is just such a big killer for me. It just doesn't do it. I love the class, the way it's designed, and the gameplay and the mechanics. I just can't get around the fantasy. Oh, that's the wrong one. Yay, Team Shaman. I don't know, Demon Hunter? I think I'll pick my Shaman over Demon Hunter. Pick Priest as well, please. You need my guides in Shadowlands? Yeah, that is the dilemma. We're trying to figure out which ones are the most fun. You see, the problem here is that if I go through all the classes that exist in the game, about half of them, maybe plus 1 or 2 more, is what I have fun with. But I'm trying to limit myself because I don't constantly want to switch classes throughout the whole game. Yeah, I'll go Shaman. I'll go Shaman. So I'll cross out Monk and Demon Hunter, even though it saddens me because I can see myself have fun with these two, but we're trying to consider both practical and fun, because I have throughout BFA switched classes every 2 weeks to a month, and it has been a constant switch between, okay, I'll play this class because it's so practical. It has all the specs that I need, and it has like amazing utility, but it might not be as fun as this other class over here. So 2 weeks later, I'll play the fun class. But hey, wait a second. The fun class is lacking in, you know, healing spec, utilities. Okay, well, I'll go back to a practical class then. And it's been like a constant back and forth. So, yeah. You can even heal in a shaman if you wanted to. That is definitely true. I actually spent the past week testing out a little bit in terms of how many classes would I be able to maintain at a weekly basis without having to like completely throw away my everyday life on just playing WoW. Or is the limit to how many I can maintain. So, and with that, I just want to point out, I may like 1 week not get Mythic Plus done on my Shadow Priest. That's fine. I just don't want to like leave them like completely behind because there's too many. I just can't overlook everything. Yeah, Shaman is amazing. So Shaman goes with it. How many do we have now? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many yellows do we have left? Paladin. It saddens me, but I think I have to let Paladin go. Yeah, I need you home too. Okay. Well, at the beginning of the expansion, I will stick with one class. That's going to be my next thing I have to figure out. But when it comes to playing these classes, I want to stick to, you know, 4. And I don't want to constantly change mains or change alts throughout the expansion. I want to leave them behind, leave them in the dirt, and just be like, okay, these 4 classes has everything that I need, because one class in the game doesn't have everything that we want. I can pick out, like, if I made a list of things that I want in the class, that class doesn't exist in the game. I just want too much stuff. So instead of trying to get one class that can do everything, because then you constantly switch mains. Every 2 weeks, you want to switch to another class because, oh wait, okay, I'm kind of missing stealth gameplay, and then you switch over to a druid, and then, okay, well, now I kind of want to have beautiful spells like the shaman, so you switch over to the shaman. Like, keep going back and forward. One main and 3 alt characters for Shadowlands. That's exactly what I'm going at. Yes. 1 main and 3 alts. So whenever I want to farm reputation, try to unlock stuff, I'll do it on 1 character, but like I'll keep 4 characters up to date in gear to have fun in PvE and PvP. That's the idea. I'm abandoning Pallies? Yeah, right. See, this is actually one of the hardest choices I'll have to make, because I love playing Paladin. It is just so much fun. And I'm actually looking down on Priest, considering should I take Paladin instead, or should I take Priest? The thing is, I'm choosing this for the fantasy reason. Okay, so what does Paladin have? If we just take a look at it, what does Paladin have that I want that other classes don't have? Paladin is basically an assistant to the healer. That's what I think is fun about Paladin, right? Let's argue this. Let's argue this. With how they are likely to retune the Covenants, it will probably be the best to wait on the alts until we have a better idea of how things will be. Maybe. But then again, just to point it out, I'm not picking based on like which Covenants has better Covenant abilities with certain classes. I'm just looking at fun. The base class itself. Do I think it's fun? So Covenant ability or not, I will. If I were to pick Priest, I will probably pick Bastion for fantasy reasons, not because it has better utilities for my Priest. And it may be a really shooting myself in the foot sort of decision, but that's what I will do. Why don't I go heals with your Paladin instead of DPS? Well, that's the thing, because, okay, if we take this list up here, Healer. It is the most fun healer in the game, but I primarily play DPS, just to point it out. I like healing because I like the healing core gameplay. The Paladin has some extra like ways to do it that is more flavorful than other classes. And not to mention, it's changing completely in Shadowlands. Like, it's so different. I just kind of feel like if I want healing flavor, if I want to challenge myself healing or have some more fun, I could always go Disc Priest. Because that's flavorful. They actually, Holy Paladin and Discipline Priest actually play in a very similar way. It's actually like very similar to the way they play. One is just a caster and doesn't need to be up front close to allies to get a higher buff with their healing. And then it has more spells rather than Paladin focusing more on one spell. If you talk about two-handed weapons, my Death Knight can do that. If we talk about tanking, Death Knight is fun as tanking as well. Druid is what I'm comfortable tanking with. I probably would play Druid tank if I were to tank. I feel like I got healing covered fun-wise, because Discipline is fun. Druid is my... I would just sort of want to lean back and heal, have fun with it, you know, well, you know, fun. I don't want to be too... I don't want to think too much. I just want to heal. That's my Druid. Can you handle having both the slowest classes? Well, that's the thing. You're talking about Priest, right? Priest... Like, the fantasy just over trumps it. I don't care if it's the slowest one in the game. And if we talk about Death Knight, it's slow, yes. But it also has, you know, spammable slows. I can grab people, pull them to me. Like, it has so many utilities that makes up for it being slow. I might be slow as a Death Knight, but I promise you, do I fight someone, they will be slowed down too. So I'll catch up to them. That's the thing there. So that's okay. If I want to farm stuff, let's say I want to farm gold in the game. I have Shaman, which has the wolf form, which can even be buffed using talents. And I also have my Druid, which has his feral form. So, you know, if I want to farm things, I have two of the fastest classes in the game as well to do that. I don't know. I just feel like there's... I feel like the Priest... Had I picked Mage, I don't think I would be able to let go of Paladin. Because I feel like Priest is filling in for some of the things that my Paladin has. I play Paladin whenever I... Okay, this is what I usually do. I'll pick up my Death Knight. I'll be like, oh, I just love the class fantasy so much. And then after a couple of weeks, I'll be like, I miss healing again. Okay. I like my Death Knight, but I miss healing. So it makes sense I play Paladin, right? I pick up my Paladin. Then I miss the class fantasy of Death Knight. So I jump back to it because now I got my healing urge sated. So, you know, I can go back to Death Knight again. But then again, a couple of weeks later, I'll go back to Paladin because I miss healing. But that is with my old mindset of only having one class that I need to main, not multiple characters, like multiple classes. So I feel like if I ever feel like, I want to heal, then I don't have the urge to abandon my main and get a new main, like a Paladin. Because I have many other alts that I'm playing if I want to heal something. I can play Druid, I can play Shaman, I can play Priest if I want to heal. If I want to flavor up and challenge myself as a Priest, I go Discipline Priest. If I want to try and have fun with World PvP and just never die, I go Discipline Priest. If I want to have fun World PvP, I go Shaman. If I want to World PvP, like all of these are World PvP capable. Whereas the Priest is kind of weird because it's not Shadow Priest you do to World PvP, I think. It's Discipline, which is kind of odd. So yeah, I think this is going to be my choice. Death Knight, Shaman, Druid, Priest. Is anyone else sitting out there being in doubt about what to play in Shadowlands? Is it just me? I mean, I joined the game in late Legion, like 2 months before BFA came out. So it's actually like I'm in the exact same situation right now as I was back with, what do you call it? Legion. Because going into Shadowlands, I need to figure out what to play. Back then, I chose Death Knight because class fantasy. And I was too scared to heal. But then I got into it and I was like, oh, it's so exciting. And then I started experimenting. Do some pros and cons for Druid? Oh, because there's no on the list here? Okay, we'll do it really quick. Because, you know, I think it deserves having one. No color. Doesn't make sense. Okay. Pros. Cons. Pros, stealth. Utility is amazing. And when I talk utility, let me actually log into it here so I can see it. I'm going probably warrior, hunter, druid, and mage. Awesome. I love how we completely missed each other, except one. Just talking about covenants really quick. Death Knight, Maldraxxus. Because, of course. Have you seen the armor set? Let me just... I want to share something that has been like a pain since Legion. Okay, so I go in here, right? Go to Dungeons. Go to Legion. Go to Maw of Souls. This guy. This guy right here. He has the most badass looking armor in the game. I'm not talking about like the bottom part. I'm talking about like his you know, green glowing shoulders and horns. I think this is the coolest thing in the game, period. And I was so sad that you couldn't get this loot inside the game. Maldraxxus in Shadowlands were getting a better version of his armor for plate classes. So I will definitely be playing Maldraxxus as a plate class. Which also means that my Death Knight fits into the fantasy because it's Maldraxxus. So that kind of goes hand in hand. Yeah. Pros for the Druid. Best farmer in the game. That is definitely true. Insta flying form. That is amazing. Or instant mount. If we talk about that too. If you do world PvP in BFA right now, because you can fly, if you get out of sight just for a second, you can just go into fly form and fly away. Like it's amazing. You can what do you call it? What is it called? Cyclone. You can cyclone someone and just run away and then get into flying form. Heal up on top of a mountain or something, go back down and just keep fighting. It's so much fun. I have a big con for Druid, which is melee spec is only stealth based. I like playing melee fighters in the game. And one of the things that I really miss from Druid is having a melee spec, which is like, you know, bumping swords together type. Hey Shadow. High mobility, that's true. If I want to go up against someone like a Death Knight or Paladin or Shaman, Demon Hunter, you know, like the clashing fists, you don't do that with a Feral Druid. You do sneaky gameplay. You use utilities to trap them, to go over, heal yourself up again, go back in, go into stealth if you need so. You know, like that's the type of gameplay as Feral. But it doesn't have like a hands-on clashing spec. So that's a big con in my book. And a reason that I keep switching away from Druid to, for example, Death Knight. When I mained my Druid, because I was missing it. Yeah, face-to-face, hand-to-hand. Oh yeah, sure thing, Alk. See you later. Nope, not concerned. I'm going to play my hunter just as I have since vanilla. Awesome. Well, see, the thing is, I'm not making the list about like which classes are bad, which ones are good. All these pros and cons are different if, let's say, Alk were to sit down and do a pros and cons list. This is a personal list that says, personally, I think, you know, Feral is more fun than Rogue. That is subjective. If another person who's played Rogue since vanilla think Rogue is just so much more fun, that's completely subjective. So Druids rock no matter how you slice them. They do rock no matter how you slice them, except for that one part, you know, that I wrote down. Personal opinion, again, you know, some people might not care about it, but that's a big thing in my book. So yeah, this will be my list, which means that the next step for me is to go into the game. Oh, talking about covenants, by the way. Death Knight, Maldraxxus. You have done a great job at specifying it's your preference for sure. Well, thank you. I know I keep pointing it out like you know, people hasn't gotten it yet, but you know, new people come in on the stream from time to time. It's just good to clarify one more time. I just want to make sure I don't say, oh, this one is bad, don't play warrior, for example, and then a person who just comes into the stream hasn't seen the beginning where I say this is personal preference, okay? So they think that, oh, warrior is bad, should I abandon it? No, play warrior if you have fun with it, just keep playing it. Death Knight for Maldraxxus. Shaman is going to be, well, it only makes sense that my Shaman has to be, what do you call the vampire zone? Vampires. Revendreth, I think it's called. Doesn't make sense, I know. Oh, we've seen evidence that might suggest that Garrosh is in Revendreth. So, my orc is Shaman. I could bring my orc to Revendreth to rescue him. I don't know. Is there a logic there that makes sense? Druid definitely going to the fairy zone. What is it called? The fairy place. And my priest is going to Bastion because, you know, lore makes sense. So I think this is what I'll do. I'll have them be in those different covenants. I know the Shaman one doesn't fit in entirely, but, you know, that's how it is. Okay, so picking races. I'm gonna stick to my Culturian for Druid. I would much prefer if there was a human version of Druid that I could play, but there's not. The reason that I'm playing a Culturian is because Drusts have a different philosophy on what they are as Druids. Whereas, you know, something like a Night Elf, they are like, you know, doing it because they like nature. They're more to the life side of Druidism, whereas Drusts are more to the death side of things. It's just like a split in philosophy there that I think is really cool. So even though Night Elf is like the perfect class and race combination, because, you know, Shadow Melt, instant stealth, stuff like that, utility-wise, racials, I just think this is the best one because I want to have fun playing this game. Good afternoon, Charles. Welcome back. Shaman best suits for Ardenweald or Bastion? Yes. I would say so too. But I want to have one in each covenant, so Shaman has to go to Revendreth. So yeah, Culturian Druids. My human Death Knight. That has been like... I've spent so much money race chaining this guy. He's been everything. And I returned to human like 3 times. So he's sticking human now. And human's got new customization options, so of course. My Culturian looks awesome. I'm glad you think so. You can see I'm rocking the kind of Shadowlands looking outfit with a Death Resonator guitar. So yeah, Death Knight is definitely going to be this guy. I also have an Undead Death Knight, but he's not max level yet. And to be honest, I'm a huge Arthas fan. That trailer that we just got, or the animated video that we just got yesterday? Was it yesterday? It like, I was mind blown when I saw it, because I played Warcraft for the first time when I was a kid with Warcraft 3. Arthas was my thing back then, and I know that a lot of people have a thing for Arthas, you know, but I actually have a legit, I feel like a legit reason to liking him, instead of just like, oh, but he's the Lich King, he's bad, you know. The belt, it's from, what was it called? Uldir? The first raid in BFA on looking for raid difficulty. I like the coloration of it. Or you're talking about the Druid. This one's from Tomb of Sargeras. My mistake, it's from not Tomb of Sargeras. The last raid. What is it called? And Taurus the Burning Throne. That's what it's called. Mind flayed, like, what? I don't know what you reference to. Is it Arthas? I put my Paladin up here because I was so sure I was going to pick him, but I will actually pick my Shadow Priest instead. Oh, he's going down. Going down the list. Okay, we don't put him too far down. Yeah, and Taurus, the Burning Throne, on Mythic difficulty. I have a fun way of saying Mythic, like it's an I. Mythic difficulty, the one after Heroic. And then I have my Shaman here. So these 4 classes will be my, like, I'm gonna play these, which means that I have to finish leveling my Shaman, and I have to start gearing my Priest, because these 2 are actually, like, I just leveled this guy to max level, and I'm starting to gear him. Gumlock, my Death Knight, already has pretty good gear. He has crap gear, I think, and he's not even max level yet. So, Bloodlust, that's a tool too. That should have gone on the list as well, because none of the other picks that well, Hunter can do it too. What other classes can do it? Mage has Bloodlust. If it's called something else, Time Temperament or something. But yeah, I didn't expect the Arthas part. Yeah, I understand. Mind flayed, right? I was blown away. It was just so amazing. Like, I was always hoping. I didn't care if they slaughtered Arthas in Shadowlands. I just wanted to see more of him. Well, if they actually slaughtered him, then I would probably care. But you know what I mean. I want to see Arthas. I thought when he said, "I see only darkness before me." Yeah, it makes sense now, because he's seeing the maw in front of him. What item level am I aiming for my gearing? So the problem that I have is, while playing this game, I have switched mains and alts constantly throughout the entirety of BFA, because when I played right at the end of Legion, which is when I like got seriously into the World of Warcraft, I just picked whatever was cool. I picked my Death Knight, and that was it. Then I got a little bit more into the game, and I heard there was something called the meta, and there was like more about item level, and oh, so the classes actually have completely different gameplay styles and stuff. And I started experimenting. So I couldn't decide. I just kept switching and switching and switching. So I haven't stuck to one character and given him like really crazy item level, because I always managed to switch to another class by then. So I would love to have at least 460. Which this guy, I think my Demon Hunter is actually like 459. This guy's 456. So he's getting there, like to like where I'm like, okay, I'm satisfied until BFA, until Shadowlands. I think this is good. Yeah, he didn't see death. He saw the maw. It's like chills down my back. I was trying to hold back my tears while my fiance was sitting next to me, not being as mind blown as me, but still thinking it was pretty awesome. I'm going to level up 4 characters as well and pick the covenant on each character depending on how their armor looks like. Love every type of armor from Revendreth, so that will be the last covenant I will pick because I can play whatever armor type from them. I wish I played Wrath of the Lich King. Arthas has to be one of the greatest villains, embodying the anti-hero and the tragic fall from grace. He saw death. Yeah, he did. Yeah, I think so too. Like, actually playing the story in Warcraft 3 was just like... If you haven't played Warcraft 3 and you got into the World of Warcraft in the World of Warcraft, you know, I would recommend going back and play it. It's... Play the old version. Don't play the updated... what is it called? Reforged version. Not because it's a bad game. I don't know if they fixed it or whatnot. But the character's a little bit too lifelike in Reforged. Like, get the old school experience with the animated, goofy, you know, cartoon characters. I think that's just so much more fun. I was trying to get the last piece for my Death Knight set earlier this morning. I missed the hands, but I couldn't get past the next boss on Mythic. So, with that said, I actually have one more thing I need to do. It's 7 o'clock right now. Second. So I think I have actually went in and done a mythic keystone. I did a +7. You can see I'm actually getting a 460 item. That was my goal. So it pretty much fits it. I think it's amazing how I can be like item level 456, but most of my gear is like 445, 445, 445, 445, 450, 445, 445. It's just like, it's not good. 435. Like, how is my item level that high? Is it the necklace balancing everything out and the cloak? I think it is. Gotta say, I know Arthur did some bad things, like really bad, but getting like deleted. Let me just find the video and link it, because I think you'll like this. There's a guy who he doesn't have a lot of subscribers. He's amazing at telling, like, breaking down that cinematic we saw frame by frame. Like, I don't know if he has like a cinematography degree or something, but he's super good at breaking it down with like people's emotions and what is going on and what is happening. Like, it just gave a whole new level of understanding to the cinematic. Let me just find it here. Find it. Afterlives. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for, but I'm looking for this one. Oh, that's Mr. GM. When is this? This is Monday. Oh, it's because I'm using a different account. I actually have to search it. Breakdown. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. Okay, that's his reaction. I found the guy now. I just need to find the proper video. Videos. Deep dive analysis. This one. I probably can't link it. I'll just write because it's faster. Yeah, this guy here. Let me just like copy paste the name of the video then, if in case the link doesn't work, because I linked it in the chat. My third message, maybe my second one, depending on if you can see the link or not, is going to be Shadowlands Afterlife's Bastion. It was not justice, it was vengeance. Watch this video if you've seen the trailer, and come back and tell me that you just like got even more mind blown, because it's so good. I just couldn't get my eyes away from it. So yeah. Okay, YouTube link is in here. Good. Yeah, I saw a couple of messages. What I think he meant, he said, I only see darkness before me, is that he think he can somehow see how Devers, the angel coming down to pick him up, is becoming more and more evil. I think she'll be the first Dark Angel, or whatever you call it. No, Dark Angel is a series back in the 90s. 2000s? It's not a 90s series, 2000s. Just joking, of course. Yeah, good is good, but also evil, and evil is evil, but also good. I think he saw like death, like he thought the angel was like the angel of death coming down to pick him up. It is kind of the angel of death. So yeah, okay. I did a mythic key with this one. I know Wednesday is like it's still like how many days away? Like 4 days away. Is it Saturday today? I don't even know what day it is. Saturday, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's 4 days away. 3 days if we had to count like the time to actually do mythic dungeons. Because it's Wednesday morning, everything resets. I don't even know what is the item level of my Shadow Priest. Just my priest in general, because you use the same gear. That's another important thing, by the way. All transmogs in game, I want to be able to farm it. So having different characters is awesome. It keeps wanting me to use the banana thing. No. Let me just... Have I not played this guy since everything reset on my computer? I don't think I have. Gear advisor. Turn it off. Everything is just like out of order. The map isn't supposed to look like this. It's supposed to look like this. A nameplate is not supposed to be up here. It's supposed to be down here. I might as well just change that, because if I'm gonna play this guy permanently, might as well fix it. This is called E-Align, the add-on I'm using right now to align things. The nameplate is called Easy Frames. Saying it now because people always ask me. Just align. Angel of gonna delete you from this plane and the next one. Yeah. The guy in the video, he talks about how like the Shadowlands is actually like it's an artificial place. All the different zones are like artificially made. The guy, the jailer, is actually the original inhabitor of the Shadowlands, and then these creatures trapped him inside the maw and took over the Shadowlands. And then the leaders of each faction, like each covenant, are kind of lying to the people about the way that everything is functioning. Like, that's a theory that he came up with, which I think was kind of awesome. And he based that on the fact of the trailer that the leader of the Bastion group inside the video cinematic, like, is so much against any sort of, you know, free thinking. You know, that the what they're doing is flawed in the sense. It's kind of amazing. Ah. I wrote my fiance that I was going to be home from the office at 10. And she was like, oh, an all-nighter? And I heard it as like, she thought like at 10 o'clock was too late to sit at the office. And it was because I wrote 10, not 22. Because like she was joking, it was 10 in the morning. What is the maw? Well, simple F in the chat, boys. Yeah. Basically that. I so hope we're gonna see Arthas. Okay, so my item level right now for this guy is 430, which is kind of bad. Which means I can basically zoom out and get gear from just doing world quests. That's how bad it is. 35, 35, 20. Like this is an upgrade already. Let's go get this. I think I'll gear my this person a little bit just to give them something. I haven't done the rotation for so long. I also need it refreshed. I should have known that I was gonna start playing this character here, because would have kept it up to date. We get Dark Shore within long, so really easy gear there. I'm looking so much forward to see the quality of the stream afterwards, because I tried to look at my streams and playback, and it's grainy, like horrible. I wonder if the dungeon Maw of Souls from Legion is somehow a small part of the same realm as the Maw of Shadowlands. Maybe. It could possibly be. It would be kind of awesome. It's my favorite dungeon in Legion. I've done it so many more times, like about 10 times more than any other dungeon in Legion. Although I do want to say mainly because once you unlock the artifact weapon, the hidden one I think it is, and you need to do a certain number of dungeons to get the next color version, like it's the fastest dungeon to just sort of like go through. Where's the world quest? Right under me. I have never seen this world quest before. This is the first time I've been over here. I hope to see them all. Imagine the strong enemies or raid there. Would be awesome. Do you think the pre-patch gear is going to be better than what we're going to get for now? Yes. I heard in a video this morning or last night that it is equal to well, it's not going to be better. It's going to be at the same level as Nyarlathotha heroic gear, I believe. So if you're playing a character like I am that has an average item level of 450, then yes, it will be better. Okay, so how do you play a Shadow Priest again? You have a shield that you... Okay, I need to start putting some stuff on screen because I can't see my rotation properly. One of the things about Shadow Priest is that it's so slow pace. It is purely for the fantasy and for the like playing the ultimate healer in the game, basically. That's dead now. I don't have like instant loot system. Gotta change that. Squirkle's Deepstone Wand. It actually looks kind of amazing. The purple one is better. Let's put it on. I just killed it. You're gonna have to wait for it to respawn. Soul Lasher. Okay. Let's transmogrify this really quick. Kind of happy I picked a cloth person to play. Because I get periods where I want to play a cloth person. But the thing is, Mage and Warlock is kind of the same thing as with my Hunter. I have a period of time where I want to play Mage or where I want to play a Warlock. And then I get sick of it and then I don't play it for a long time. Oh, I can only pick a wand. I've never transmogged into a wand before. I have no idea what I have. So, you know, I don't think it's solid. So maybe I picked a mage or warlock. So I think priest was the good decision to pick. I have no, like, I don't even know where all this stuff is from. I'll pick this one. This one kind of fits my colors. Noob's wands. I'm a fairy now. Okay, no. Let me sign up for a mythic dungeon. What plus key should I go for? +2? Because I'm so low. Did you guys know you could write +2 or +3 inside the search field and you'll get mythic dungeons based on that, you know, key? The only problem is that if you write 2, it's going to grab 1, 2, and 3 keys. You know, one number below and one above. But it's also going to take all the ones with 20 in it. So if there's somebody doing a mythic +20, it will also filter that in. Or a mythic +19 because 1 is below 2. That's kind of annoying. My key. Taldasar. It's an easy one. Let's go do that one. My key. Oh, he declined me. Yeah, it looks like a lightsaber. It kind of does. Like a miniature version of it. Shift R. I've never had a wand before. Actually, this is kind of awesome. Yeah. Okay, I'm searching for plus. Let's say +3 because we'll sort of some of these out. He declined me? Wait, am I only good enough for a regular mythic key? What is my gear? Hold on. Wait, what does a regular mythic do? What does it drop? I totally forgot. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I should do a normal one. So we're searching for +0. Let's just say +0. And of course everything gets included. Siege of Borealis, let's do that one. Why are so many doing Siege of Borealis? I did Siege of Borealis a couple of days ago. I ended up in a group with a healer that couldn't keep us alive and a tank that didn't know the strategies. Like, no one in the group knew the strategies except me. And I couldn't understand, like, why did we keep dying? Then I looked up people's item level. Some of them didn't even have gear for, like, a normal difficulty dungeon. Like, their item level was incredibly low. The tank had item, like, what was it, like 170k in health? As a tank. No wonder we couldn't survive. In a mythic, you know, difficulty level. We activate this. Yeah, we can do it on the mount. What about Sandalar? Does it have any sort of gear? Nope, not that one. Nope. Yeah, there's nothing here. Do I have my cloak at least? I do have my cloak. Which is incredible, considering my item level is so low. How did I manage to get the cloak and not struggle too much? Siege of Borealis +0. Freehold. If I can avoid it, I'll avoid it. No! No, decline. Yes, accept freehold. There's so many much better people joining in just now. He probably, like, I accepted it and then he was about to accept other people in. Let's just go to freehold. Right over there. I hope everyone is sitting there watching the deep dive right now. Or at least after the stream. Siri leaves the party. I hope he's not kicking people. Wait, what? I'll be right back. 2 seconds. He says. What is my favorite dungeon this expansion? Waycrest Manor. Without a doubt. Not because of anything specific, other than the fact that I love the aesthetics of it. I know Waycrest Manor better than all the other dungeons in game, basically, just because I played it so much. And I don't see how people, they keep getting confused when they run around in there. Ooh, I just realized my weak aura isn't set up. Okay, that's gonna be an issue, I believe. I need something that counts down my power word shield. Like, not the actual shield duration, but when I can reactivate it. Because when you throw it, you get something called... You can tell it's been a while since I played Shadow Priest. You get a debuff of some sort. Yeah, weakened soul. Okay, I'll try and get a weak aura going. Just need a heal now. Yeah, it's a mansion? Well, I can see how people might get, you know, a little bit. Weakened soul. I think that was what it's called. Ooh, I actually did this wrong. Delete. New aura from template. Texture. Default. What is it called? See, this is the problem, because it doesn't have weakened soul in here. So what I need to do is I need to just pick like power word shield and just change it. And I'm pretty sure, oh, okay, no, it did actually find it. I thought I had to go into the browser and get the spell ID. Remember, what do I main? Well, I haven't figured that out yet. I just found my 4 characters. Probably Druid, to be honest. Remember when you got lost in that horror game? Yeah, that's exactly what this is. Oh. Well, I'm doing weak auras right now. I don't have time to summon. Okay, display. I have to do this opposite. Top to bottom. Right? Yeah, okay, it's counting. Only in combat. Actually, no, this is actually fine out of combat as well. Okay, we summoned everyone. I don't remember the name though. Oh, you're asking about a specific horror game that I got lost in? Oh, I don't remember. Prepare to see my damage be extremely bad. Just pointing it out. I can't even remember my utilities. Okay, so Shadow Mend. Oh. Oh, right. This isn't a mythic. And I'm not a healer. Oh, no, it's not working. This is what I thought. It's not working. I have to look up the spell ID. See, once you start doing dungeons, it's actually a really fun spec. Start putting dots in everyone. Everyone's dying around you. Oh, right, I have AoE. I didn't even know. Pulang Insanity. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, oh, don't even get me started. I'll get a headache. Just thinking about it. It wasn't as much that I got lost inside the mansion. It was more about me not being able to find that one particular item that I needed to progress in the huge mansion, yes. It was horrible. I didn't know you watched it. I was so upset. Oh no, guys. Oh no. Oh no. Tank. Okay. Tank clearly is not used to doing this dungeon. There's already a sign. Yeah, he's gonna die now. For reasons. See, the thing is, it's not about whether we survive or not, it's the fact that just the general guideline when doing this is to go over there behind the pillar so we don't pull a bunch of crap like you're doing right now. Uh-oh. Out of the way. Whoop. Need to find a new place for my drinks. Don't start pulling those. I was gonna say. See how the tank is just running over there? He doesn't even know he needs to pull these. Ah, jeez. Yeah, he has no clue. Is he new? Ah, okay. He's a new player. Okay, I'll stop riding his back about it. Just let him do his. It's just a mythic. Don't want to be harsh. I didn't get lost? Okay, I'm lost. Yeah, is that a quote from it? It might very well be. Oh, I love the void form. Do I have any sort of cooldowns that I should be using? Like offensive cooldowns. What is this? Interrupt. Void shift. Got nothing. Kinda happy about that. I always get a cloak from this guy. Which is not really something that we can use right now, because, you know, heroic, legendary cloak and all. Do I deal good damage? I can't even tell. Oh, what was that? Oh, that's a master spell. I didn't even know I had that right there. Oh, you're kidding me. I didn't even buff everyone. I have a party buff that I didn't use. So out of shape with this guy.
I've got it on good authority. The captain's a
My damage is good.
If we get into that party, you can cut off all
Like, if you look at the mage having 560k health and I have 340, and I'm like right below him, that's pretty good.
getting your hands on an invitation or just rush in and attempt to kill three of the most feared pirate captains all at once.
Better late than never. What the F, the fire mage damage? Yeah, it's not very good. I mean, right now, it's because it's like keeping up with current. But if we do overall... Oh, okay, no, I think his damage is pretty good. I think my add-on wasn't keeping up. It's okay. It's pretty good. I thought it wasn't. It is.
I need to target something first.
I'm gonna miss building up void energy. Like, to be completely honest, I think I'm gonna miss not having it as like a builder spender thing. And then getting it as a cooldown is probably like... I mean, I can get it whenever. But it's just less time in void eruption. Oh wait, I can put shields on other people. Again, the whole reason that I liked my paladin is because it's like assisting the team. Shadow Priest, like most of your spells and stuff when it comes to utility, is to help out the team. There's Master Spells, there's, you know, what is this one called? Vampiric Embrace that heals an ally on the team, which you can also use on yourself in World PvP, just to point it out. My dogs needs to go out to pee after this. Asking for it. So what are you doing? Huh? Hey there, buddy. Oh, you're so handsome. Yes, you are. Imagine being as handsome as you. So hard to imagine, right? I'm playing with one hand and I'm clicking stuff. No! Got rooted. Oh, that's it. I'm dying. Yeah, oh, it keeps generating? I thought it just like gave you a little bit like instantly and then that's it. Ah, I didn't know it kept generating. What? Don't we just talk to this person? I guess we do need to get all of them. Seems a bit weird. I don't know. Some TBS don't want utility, they want big damage. That's true. And then you would definitely play mage. I have to keep an eye out for him. Oh, okay, he's thirsty. Yeah, I like the DPS rotation of this guy. Okay. Dot them up. And I like playing range too. I just wish I could cast, you know, while moving. I like how the mage is just like burning down all the bosses and mobs and stuff. Oh no! I lost my void form. I just realized the whole reason I was doing this was to maybe get some gear in the next chest. I'm not getting anything for +0. Wait, what? Oh, right. No, I have to remember. He's new. So the tank just asked, which is a new player, by the way, if anyone wanted his piece of gear. And he's the only plate person. I just write you're the only played class here. You know, not gonna belittle him because, you know, what does he know? Hunter loot. The hunter said he'll take it. I'm not gonna argue with that. I'm just gonna stay out of it. I'm looking forward for my Fire Mage to be trash again in Shadowlands. I kind of feel like some mage players are a little bit, you know, snoppy about mages being so good all the time. So yeah, I wanna see one moment where mage in general is just not good. Like all the specs, they're not good. No one wants to bring a mage player. Imagine, it's kind of like, imagine always being invited in to like your friend's party and stuff, and then suddenly one day nobody wants you to come. Like if you're used to being always invited in, so many mage players are gonna be so salty. Oh no. Oh, I didn't even know I was in void form. You know, so far, I've actually not even needed to keep an eye out for my shield. I just kind of use it. Like, I have a good sense of when it's time.
I need to target something first.
Mage trash? You mean Frost Mage? Ha 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 ha. Funny. I thought Arcane Mage were like the bad one right now. What? What? Why? Why? Why pull this guy? We'll just go the same way back again. That was just a waste of time. Okay. Oh, actually, that reminds me of something. None of the other characters, I think, can have wands. So I think, like, the decision of picking a caster, like, if I pick mage, I think, aren't mages, like, wands and staves and offhands? And that's, like, that's it. No, they have daggers, too. Like, it's the same thing as priest. I think it's the same thing as... Okay. See, this is the thing about being the slowest class in the game. Something like this. Oh no. I'm not faster than them. Oh, we have to reconsider this class changes option. Might pick another class. Oh, I got it! Never mind, I'll take it back. I can play a priest. It's so fast. Only reason Fire Mage is so good right now is because of the borrow power. It's actually at the point right now where when you reach a certain item level, like, do you remember back in BFA when people, they would ask you, are you playing a Boomy or Feral? And then if you said Feral, they wouldn't invite you in. That isn't happening, I think, anymore. Because now it's not about what spec are you playing. It's about how good is your corruption. From my understanding. Ah, use one more. Almost knocked down my drink again. What is happening to find Shadowlands? No idea. I don't actually know if Troya. I just had to figure out who said what. I don't know if it's based on actual, like, fact that they're getting nerfed, or if they're just like, haha, hoping that they'll be trash, kinda. So Bess is sitting down. He's not showing that he has to go pee. I mean, if he really has to go and he's standing by the door, I will tell these guys that I need to be gone for a sec. But he's not showing signs. I'm having fun with the priest rotation. No, kite them. Please give me something. That's the second time that the tank is getting stuff. I mean, I'm glad that a new player is getting like a reward feeling. You know what? I wouldn't even be surprised if Blizzard had built in a reward system into the game so that if you're a new player, still getting to know things, that you get a little bit extra loot than everyone else. You know, to make them stick with the game. They're losing everything. I just mentioned baseline Fire Mage is not good without those borrowed power. Oh, well. Oh, okay. But what about the baseline abilities? Like, not talking about borrowed power. Are they, like, what are like the changes for them? Because we're still getting more borrowed power in Shadowlands. It's just called artifact relics instead. Oh yeah, not everyone. Yeah. Right. Everything's fine. Oh no! Oh no! Ah, didn't make it. I remember back in Legion, everyone got his time to shine. Oh, that's nice. Oh no, crap. Ah! No fall damage. How's my damage compared to everyone else? I wonder. Well, now we don't have to... Tank. Tank. Okay. Okay, can I just say one thing? Not to him, but to myself and you guys. Yeah, I'm so dead right now. Use it! Oh, this is the one. Crap, I was using the wrong one. Kite! Kite them! Fear them. There we go. No! I pulled the boss! If you're a new player and you don't know the strategies of the dungeons, I mean, you probably don't know that people can be pretty specific about how to do certain things, like dungeons, for example. Like routes and buffing up your team members and stuff like that. Don't tank if you're a new player. Like, because... I'm not saying it because the tank will ruin it for everyone else. I don't care that he's pulling these mobs. It's about... I don't know if other players in the group are like being super toxic and whispers to him right now. It's a very, you know, delicate spot to be in. Oh, I ran out of mana. No corruption, just artifact trinkets and some tier sets. I'm so looking forward to the pre-patch, getting rid of all that corruption. Oh, tank, you're pulling him too close. Well, well, actually, we did kill all the mobs, so. I do want to give him, though, credit for thinking outside the box that, you know, if this is the spot where we tank this guy, get rid of the mobs first. Like, that is... Where's my loot? I got nothing. This whole run, I got nothing. Thank you. I mean Shadow Priest, but I want to play an Arcane Mage as an alt for Shadowlands. Arcane Mage is so much fun. It is like Frost and Arcane are my two favorite specs. Arcane because it's more, I don't know, it's more straightforward and bursty for like PvP and stuff. And Frost Mage has so much control. Like it's just like crazy. Let me just take my dogs out to pee because I have a sense. Hope they haven't peed on the floor. Like they didn't tell me they had to go pee. They just kind of like became a little bit like they moved around. Oh, let me see this. My fiance sent me something. Aw, that's good. Wait, is that the back room? It is. So we have a parrot at home, an African grey, and spent her time setting up a room for him, like a new room, because we wanted to move him. Okay, let me just, oh, the tank is still here. Yeah, let me just take the dogs out. I'll be right back. Okay, who's gonna go first? You ask first, so I'll take you out first. Put the same. Okay. It would be a shame if a rogue. Wait, what? I felt like that was a half sentence. Ah, okay, so no loot. Try and get another one. It smells heavenly outside right now. I don't know what it is, because we do have a pizzeria a little bit down the road, but it shouldn't reach over here. As I say that karma got me. Oh, what? I'm completely off here. Okay, let me just find another group. I got nothing. Ooh, Waycrest Manor. I'm good at that one. It's so weird only having one option. Okay, that's not the same tank. Wow, okay, well, he's overpowered. The mage is not, which is why he's the group leader. Oh no, he's one of those. He's a yo type. What is this? Voodoo totem. Okay, so just to, because my thing here didn't work. I need to get the spell ID for Weakened Soul, because it's not working. 6788. I'm pretty sure this is gonna work now. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, it has to be debuff. Yeah, okay, I said this wrong. It would be a shame if a rogue gank you. I got one-shotted. Oh. I was just talking about your gameplay. What are you playing right now? Are you playing a rogue? Waycrest Manor. I love this dungeon. It's so good. Okay, so just really quick, because I have no idea which spells I have. Okay, I need to know when this one can be pressed. I need to have this up. Stupid, but it's just easier. General abilities, Mind Blast. I need to know when I can use it. Why is that so big? No. 32. I was talking about a rogue gank you, but then I got ganked first. Okay, so I did think the right thing. No. They're already up there to some. Gotta get this done. That's probably not even the right place. Did I just... No, did I just move it? No, okay. Don't move it. I need to get this one too. So I need to copy this, duplicate it. Void Eruption. That is spelled completely wrong. What? Erupt. How do I spell it? Erupt. Chan. I can't spell it. That looks completely wrong. But it says it's right. Okay. Oh yeah, that is wrong. Okay. So this is That's minus 40. I remember the numbers in my head, surprisingly. Are we done? Can we just go in? Okay, so this is good. Need to see when Mind Shear gets buffed. Yes, doesn't matter. Yeah, I think this is fine. I don't know why I'm loading up a guide. I don't actually need to see it. Oh, we started.
Don't you dare call me daughter, witch.
Such insolence! Wait until your father hears of this. In the meantime, I leave you in the care of my servants.
You know what I think it is? Why I'm so split about the new Shadow Priest changes? I like I said, building up power. Wait, what was that? There was a proc on screen. Wait, what? I like building up power because I get to be in void form so much more free.
We must see this evil.
Wait, what? What is that? I've never seen that NPC before. Runic Disciple? What is a Runic Disciple? Is there a world quest going on in here? It's silencing me. I have never seen this before in my life. Maybe one of you know. Oh no, already. Who's he? That's the warrior. Well, tank gets to the side, so that's just how it is. And they pull all the mobs. Oh no. Okay, well my thing here is working now. You can see when my shield is gone. Oh no, and I need to change something else with my spell thing. Why is the healer dying? Okay, the healer doesn't have very high item level at all. In fact, they might not actually be ready for this type of content. Oh no, is this one of those tanks? He's one of those tanks that are like, you know, I'm gonna pull what I can take and screw the team if they all wipe. Because I can solo this attitude. So what he's doing now is he... Yeah. So to this guy, it doesn't matter if it takes 7 times as long to finish this dungeon, because he can solo it, you know. Oh, it reset. Yeah, here we go. He's one of the bad tanks. I'm not saying he's a bad tank. Like, he can know all the strategies in this dungeon to perfection. And maybe he does mythic plus 20s every single day. But he doesn't look at his team and see, okay, what can they do? How much can they take? Then he just decides to, like, you know what? I can solo this thing. If they can't keep up, that's just too bad. You know? Like, that's a bad attitude to have. I think I can stay in void form most of this time. With noodle fight? Yeah. It'll take forever if he just stands there. No. Is he playing Disc Priest? With that item level? Like, not only is...
Rip you to shreds.
Oh no! He is way too low! Oh, healer. He has, like, gear that's like, you know, I quested and I just reached level 120. From questing, not from dungeons. Why did he invite this healer in? What is your... Healer, what is your... He's not even like a new player. He's just like, yeah. I actually had a talk... Yeah, one of the DPS left, because this is just too insane. What is his...
Continue your hunt for Lady Wakerest. I will ensure these rooms are
Oh, yeah, everyone left now. Yeah, they left very quickly. So now we're queued up again. Oh my god. This is so bad. Oh, we can go directly in. Am I gonna pull any mobs now? I hope not. I did. I so did. I was gonna say, tank, help me out here. Oh, we actually did it. I got gear. Yeah, well, this was a mixture of everything. It's a tank who is like, screw everything, screw strategy, screw my teammates, because I have high item level type player. And then we also have... a healer who was picked out by our group leader, the mage, who had gear as if he just reached 120 through questing, not dungeons. Super bad gear. He should have done like heroics or normals for that matter. Yeah, normals would have been like his item level. Like, of course he couldn't keep up with the healing. I think this was like 80% the healer and 20% the tank. Like the reason that people wiped and left. And I'm rarely blaming the healer. I rarely blame the healer because I know how it is to be the healer. I always blame the tank or the DPSs. Like most of my times blaming people. If you're gonna invite a bud or someone to carry him, yeah, that's the only reason why you would, like, if you know the people that you're doing this with, then you can invite somebody in who's a little bit lower item level. But, like, okay, so I talked about previously on stream, during Freehold, I think, that I did a dungeon where Siege of Borealis, everyone was like, you know, didn't know the strategies, and a couple of people in there were like, just like this healer here, he didn't even have gear for like a mythic dungeon. He should have started on normals because it's just so low. And I told him, like, everyone was like, I pointed out what was wrong, and I told, like, you guys, you don't even have gear for this dungeon. And they were like, well, I don't want to do normals and heroics because that takes too long. I just want to do mythics and get good gear. Like, yeah. Like this, like regular mythic we're doing right now, I would much rather do mythic +5s, but I'm doing mythic +0 because I don't have the gear for +5s. You got to start somewhere and build your way up there. The only time you can do that is if you have like you said, people you know that are carrying you. You don't go in and just screw people over because you can't wait with gearing. The whole run is ruined for 5 people. Not just him. By him doing that. I don't know. It's just a stupid mindset. Get the gear first, like big time. Yeah, definitely. And if you can't wait, if your time is too precious and you would rather waste other people's time, get a buddy to carry you. Should I heal? I can heal, I think. I haven't done healing in a while. I don't even know. What is my spells? That's AoE, Sanctify. Okay. Oh crap, it's pulled. I don't even remember how to heal. What is this spell? What does that do? Okay, I'm getting this. Pots. Single target. What is that one? Is that a mana efficient one? What is this one? Oh, that's instant. Okay, it's returning. It's returning to me. Okay, I got this. This is my disc. Hot. Single target. AoE. Use it on cooldown. What is this one? Prayer of Healing. That's the super annoying one. Okay, everything's fine. Yeah, okay. We're doing fine. Then I have some healing spells. That's instant. What is that? That's a long cooldown. What does that do? Yeah, okay. I'm up to date. I'm up to speed. I know what I'm doing. Why don't I even doubt myself? I just don't have any mana. Because I changed spec. Do I have food? I do. Okay, I do have something. Heal is slow cast, but slow cost. It is. It is. Oh, he's another person like that. He says, yo. Oh, no. Oh, he just went in there. At first. Okay, let's purify those. Come on. No. Dude. Get him back to full health. Okay. Cleanse him. Hot on him. Hot on this guy. Well, thank you. Good luck, you say. Okay, this guy, he's constantly, like, dying. Boom. Lots of health. The tank is still an ass, because he's pulling way too much than we can handle. My healings are going down. I'm gonna start using mana conserving spells, because I don't have the mana for this. Ah, get out of the way. I mean, he is kind of conserving himself. That's nice. If he's not going to give me a mana break after, just watch. He's not going to do it. Just misclicked the spell and now I'm floating. Yeah, this is when you don't even know your Shadow Priest rotation. This is like, you know, just jumping into a healing spec and then like, okay, well, what do I have here? What is my cooldowns? Oh yeah, remember this one. Okay, this is for healers. What other cooldowns do I have? Guardian Spirit? Guys, look at this guy. He's free. What does this one do? Okay, that's a personal cooldown. Okay. Oh, I can run fast. Okay. So that's a cooldown I need to be aware of too. Yes, that's the ones I'm looking at. So Guardian Spirits, Divine Time. Is that how you say it? Symbol of Hope. Serenity. Where's Serenity? Holy Nova. What is this? Oh, that's AoE. Okay, I'll place that as like a weird key. Okay. I'm not seeing that one holy word sanctuary that you're talking about. Oh, Chastis. Here's one. No, that's... I've been using that to attack. Incapacitates. Wait, is that an interrupt? Let's put that up there. I don't know what past Daniel was thinking. Get rid of some of these if possible. All right. Do just some careful, constant AoE. What? That takes a lot of mana. Is that like a panic button heal? Oh my god, he pulled the whole thing. Dude. How am I supposed to keep up with this? I mean, I am, but that's not nice. Oh, the big insta AoE heal. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's this one. No, that's Prayer of Healing. Circle of Healing. Oh yeah, Holy Word Sanctify. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's right there. I just didn't see it as a major cooldown, because when you use your spells, it just reduces the cost of it. Oh wow. Okay, get some mana before he starts pulling everything. I'm in combat? Okay. Drink, 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 drink. Get some mana back. Oh no, I have way too much gear here from like grinds. Okay. Hot everyone. Do some slow healing. Guys, at least try to dodge it. Oh my god. Okay. Kill the staff. Actually, no. Our tank has so high damage. Doesn't matter. Symbol of Hope. I don't remember what it does. Oh, it's like more of a raid thing. If you have more healers, it helps people restore mana very quickly. I can use it on myself too. Crap. You're chasing me, tank! Oh my god. Need? I mean, I did kinda. Oh, he's yelling.
Dear, it seems you have slaughtered my entire household. The carnage is dripping through the floorboards. Why not join me in the basement?
Okay, so here's what just happened, okay? I don't think you guys caught up with what just happened. We have this super low item level mage in our group who's actually the party leader. The other mage who is I'm assuming higher item level. He didn't need his gear that he just got. Of all the people in here that wears cloth, I'm probably the last person to receive it because my item level is not as low as theirs. And he gave it to me because I was quick as about asking for it. Divine Hymn? Yeah, I don't know how to say it either. Heim? That reminds me, have you actually seen that horror game? Oh, it's called something a Northern Hymn, however you may say it. It's an amazing Scandinavian, like it was played by all the big YouTubers and stuff. Like it was a big game, but it was made in Scandinavia, and it's about Scandinavian folklore. About a woman who is out in the forest, and you know she's getting kidnapped by her brother to get her to stop with drinking or something. Like he's trying to do something to help her out, and then he kidnaps her, you know, because that was the only way to get her with him. So she crashes the car because she thinks it's an actual, you know, kidnapper. And they are trapped out in a forest full of fantasy creatures from folklore in Scandinavia. It's super good. Okay, so I can do some instant AoE here. Ah, look at this. Him. Oh, okay. Charles is on the case. He just cleared it out. Him. That's good to know. Can you answer me something else, Charles, that I've always been in doubt about? I really recommend seeing a gameplay or something of that game. John Wolf is really good at playing it. So Charles, the letter that goes like this, you know, like an N flipped 90 degrees, is that C or set? Because when I lived in the US, people said it like C in a sort of weird way. But if I would say it, I would say set. It's a weird letter.
3, 2, 1.
Well, yeah, yes, that letter, Charles. I don't know if you just wrote how to say it. Oh, it depends on the country. I thought you just answered me by writing the letter in the chat. Oh, it's set like this. Zebra. See, that's the thing. Zebra. That's like C. But there's another letter called C. Right? Zebra. In North America, it's like C. And in Europe, it's pronounced set. I'm assuming set is like... Because it doesn't make sense. How can you tell the difference between a C and C? I don't know. It just seems a bit weird. Ooh, somebody got a trinket. What is my trinkets like?
Is an inevitable force that stalks you at every turn.
The trinkets?
How is this possible? My ancestors defeated you ages ago.
Your ancestors wiped out my people, but they could not destroy me.
It confused me too. Coming from Canada, I've had to change my pronunciation and spelling whilst living in the UK. Maybe because of my Spanish, I say zebra.
Mother provided me the means.
It's really hard talking about how a letter's pronounced. Well, it's spelled like this, and then you write down the actual... Oh, I couldn't interrupt with this one? It's interesting. Oh, hey!
We cannot allow Gora's rule to cross
Oh, my title is still trying to come up with
making its way to
Shadowlands mains. So I'm assuming people are still coming in here for that. Just to point it out, we came to the conclusion that it's Death Knight, Priest, Shaman, and Druid. Those are the classes everyone should pick for Shadowlands, because they'll be the best classes. That is, of course, a joke. Sometimes, you know, if you know a person and you know that they might be sarcastic, then, you know, you can see sarcasm. But sometimes you have to explain it. Otherwise, some people... I should stream more? Well, thank you. I'm glad people find me somewhat entertaining. Oh, what did people get? Nether. Ah. Dan. Let's be honest.
See, there is nothing a strong arm and a sharp steel can't fix.
Oh no, I could have taken his portal.
Thank you, heroes.
Ah.
You've broken the coven and released us.
I hope this is my current water.
We are in your debt.
I'm going to level up 10 different tunes. Well, see, that's where you're wrong. Because I'm determined now, more than ever, that I'm going to stick with these 4 characters. At least for the next 2 months I am. Ha ha ha, Altaholic. Yeah, okay. So I got some gear here. Did I actually put it on? I did not. I thought so. I have no idea what stats I'm supposed to go for. See, here's another one I didn't put on. Wait, my item level didn't increase, did it? Stayed the same. I will play Death Knight in Shadowlands. Awesome. I think that's a good choice. That's the same conclusion I came up to. Or came up with. Again, I keep thinking this is my fiance. Okay. How does Discipline Priest? Like, how did I set up that one? See, the thing that some people don't understand about Holy Paladin and Discipline Priest is that they'll pick it up and be like, what? This sucks. They have barely any healing. And then they'll be like, you know, talking trash and stuff about those specs. But what they don't realize is that all other healers in the game are not cooldown based. Meaning that, like, you know, you use cooldowns in like, oh crap moments. I still don't have this artifact skin. I need to get it. They don't use cooldowns besides like those oh crap moments, whereas Paladin and Discipline Priest, it's like a core part of their rotation. Like, they have to use it all the time. Which is why there's like a 1.5 minute cooldown this one, 3 minute cooldown this one, 3 minute cooldown this one. Like, they have a lot of cooldowns. And you have to rotate them one at a time. Frost, Unholy, a Blood. Unholy. Awesome. To the end of your days, you will say disc is garbage. It has its purpose. Healing wise, Holy Priest is just more effective, if you could say that. But Discipline Priest is more like, if you have a group that you know and everyone knows the strategy and you're pushing keys and need to get as much damage out there as possible and everyone is caught up, everyone is not standing in fire, then Discipline is better than Holy. But in any other situation, Holy, in my opinion, is just better. Oh. There's another thing. Which is kind of amazing. A person just pointed out here on Facebook. So, the only healing you like is Mistweaver? It is fun. Mistweaver is fun. It's one of my favorites too. The guy that I sent a link to previously on stream, he also talked about there is a moment in WoW lore in Wrath of the Lich King where Arthas is shedding the last part of his, like, him. He actually cuts out his own heart and leaves like an empty place instead. Like there's nothing there. Did you notice that Arthas has been kind of like the jailer's avatar on Azeroth? And the jailer, if you look at the model, has a hole where his heart is. What if, now that Arthas is dead and got thrown into the maw, like Uther handed him his avatar and he took over Arthas's body? What if the jailer's body that we see in Shadowlands has manifested by taking over Arthas that got thrown in there? Because there's the hole missing. All the runes on, what do you call it, Shadowmourne exist on the jailer's body. Like there's just so much similarities there. I think that's kind of awesome. You'll play Paladin in Shadowlands? I think you'll have a lot of fun. A lot of changes happening to Paladin. Okay, so I was testing this out. So these are dots. This is a charge spell. It's a charge spell. It's a cooldown based. Instant cast. Penance. Wait, what? The latency? He only fired 2. That's better. Fire 3 now. No, another Lich King fight light save us. He's more angry than ever. That's a big brain idea. It's interesting, right? It's probably not true, but it's just interesting coincidence. Like, why would the jailer be missing his heart? Arthas is missing his heart. At least his body is. But then again, when his soul was carried away, like, don't you get your heart back, like your soul heart or whatever? I don't know. Maybe it's just nonsense. I'm trying to figure out whether or not I would be too scared to play this. Let me just go ahead and dim down the light a bit because it's getting quite bright in my face. Ah, so much better. Sorry about the missing light on me. A nice piece of hair. I have this. Oh, Bassett, my dog is here. I have this spotlight, well, like a photographer light, and it's just, it has a very harsh light shining. And when I stream for, how many hours have I streamed? Should say my software. I'll test the in-game stream. When I've been streaming for 3 hours and 48 minutes like I have now, it starts giving me a migraine, so I have to, you know, turn it away for a little bit. Do you read any of the lore books or fiction novels? I'm hoping to read through the latest novel, Shadows Rising, before Shadowlands launches. We actually destroy the heart of Arthas? I'd love to do that quest, like just to do it. Like, I've never seen it before. I don't actually read the lore books, but I see a lot of YouTubers explain what is happening in the lore books online. So my fiance just sent a weird photo. It's probably because she's hungry. I haven't actually read them, but I've seen people break down the stories in detail to like try and get the most out of them. I think I get more out of it when they break down the stories. Because I'm not a very observant person. I can read a story or watch a cinematic like the one we got yesterday and just not like get a thing out of it. Was it 2 days ago? Yeah, it was the night two days ago. Can I do this? Can I play this healer? For the next 10 seconds, word power shield absorb an additional 200%. Aha. Okay. So this is my... People are going bad, like if things are going bad. This is my oh crap spell. Reduce all damage taken by friendly target. Wait, what? Is this a cooldown just for me? Can I? Oh, no, I can't use it on him. Okay, that's good. Yeah, in Northern, if I recall, we destroy Arthas's heart to make him weaker. Oh. We didn't even fight him at his full power. I thought he discarded the heart to, like, get rid of his... I don't know. I didn't look into the lore. My fiance is sending a photo of her being, like, teared up. And then crying emotes. And she just says, it's so sad. I don't know what she's talking about. Oh yeah, Nobel87. Yeah, that's I've seen a lot of his lore videos. I also saw his reaction videos to these to the new animated trailer that we just got. Okay, so what does this one do? Summons a holy barrier to protect all allies in a location. Okay, so that's what that does. Do I have other cooldowns? To be honest, I think this is very few cooldowns to have. I mean, Rapture is like the primary one. And these two are like, oh crap. Oh crap moments. Oh, he discarded it, but he was still connected to it. That's weird he discarded it then. Okay, I'm gonna start shooting this training dummy, and it's probably gonna start killing me. I'll have to figure out how this is functioning. Start hitting me. It sucks. Well, it's fun. That's what's important. It's one of those type specs that has high reward, but is very difficult to get right. Like, to play it. And also depends on the group that you're with. Like, there's a bunch of different things wrong. Why isn't he attacking me? Oh, okay, he is now. Yeah, exactly. He cut out his heart after fighting Illidan. He believed his emotions and this conscience were holding back his power. Oh, so it was that early on. I thought it might have been like in Wrath of the Lich King he did so. I'm trying to see if I can sustain myself on this target dummy. Okay, so if I use this cooldown now, how much does it affect everything? How long does it last? Wait, it's over already? It didn't heal me. Okay. I'm also noticing that my attack spells have certain effects. I played Demon Hunter in BFA. I have a lot of reputation, and I don't want to play Demon Hunter anymore. I don't know what to do with all the rep. Can I give you some advice? My hunter has all the rep for all the different factions on the alliance side in BFA, and I had to abandon him because I didn't like playing hunter anymore. What I would do is, if you have something specific you're grinding for with a specific faction, and it's not part of, like, you know, like flying or something, you're trying to unlock flying, try and do as much as possible on the new character and see how much you can get away with. If you have to do all the different factions in the main zone and get revered with them, then you're just gonna have to do that character, unless you want to start over again. Greetings again, dude. What are your thoughts on Death Knight once this expansion? I think they're amazing. Blood and Frost, the two ones that I actually don't play that often. Death Knight has good sustainability, like good for like keeping himself alive. He's good at healing himself, but I don't think they have as good armor protection as other tanks. That's what I'm trying to get at. Frost DK is absolutely fine to play right now. People are not gonna not invite you in if you play Frost in any sort of way. I don't use my shield? I don't? I feel like I'm spamming it. Yeah, Unholy is crazy. Kind of feel like I'm staying alive. I can't believe we reached the point now where the training dummy is actually dying. This is insane. He's actually dying. From a healer. Like, one thing is, like, if I was playing a DPS or something, I'm a healer and he's dying. Okay. You know what I should do? I should set up my weak aura to all my specs, because right now it's just set up to Shadow Priest, it seems. Oh, Shadowlands. I have no idea how they perform in Shadowlands. I saw a couple of videos from people who actually know how to look into specs properly, and they all say that all specs seems to kind of be decent. It's too early to tell which ones are like the meta and stuff. I need to get further away from this guy. So I would just, if you want to play Death Knight, I would just pick up Death Knight. Death Knight is rarely in a bad spot in expansions, from what I've understood. I don't heal, I shield. Oh, I misread you before. I thought you said I didn't use my shield. Ah. Cause smite. Oh. I understand now. Okay, so the whole time, if I'm in a dungeon, I don't want to, you know, keep attacking the same person, like the same mob. I want to attack different mobs one at a time using smite. And then keep the shields of my allies, of course. I will get a t-shirt that says, "Don't play Disco Priest." Ha! All I know that Demon Hunter will suck in Shadowlands. I've heard they got nerfs as well, which is a bit sad. Can't log out now? Am I still in combat? The training dummy is still trying to kill me. Okay. Run away. But in all honesty, I'm looking at, what do you call it, Discipline Priest right now. I will probably just use Discipline Priest for World PvP or something. I've taken down people like 4 levels higher than me while I was leveling this guy, like 120s while I was like 117. It was fun. It was so much fun. Yeah, let's switch spec. But first of all, let's go ahead and make the weak aura apply to all the specs, or at least both of these. Okay. All right. And what else did I have to do? Change spec. Yeah, Demon Hunter has been overpowered for a long time. You know, all the nerfs that they're getting in Shadowlands, it's not that Demon Hunter is not going to be good in Shadowlands. It'll still be good. It's just not going to be overpowered anymore in Shadowlands. Or maybe it still will be, because from what I've heard, people are still claiming that Demon Hunter will still be, like, pretty good. Yeah. Use that thing in Raid or World PvP? Yeah, I think that's the better option for Shadow Priest. Not Shadow, Discipline. So he's not max level yet. Gonna have to fix that. I think I'm gonna go and end the stream here, because to be honest, I'm getting a really powerful migraine at the moment. And I've talked for like 4 hours straight, non-stop. Just yappering on about what I was going to play in Shadowlands. So to not get sick tomorrow, I will have to end the stream here. But thank you so much for watching. There was a lot of viewers in the beginning of the stream. I think I had a good title for the overall stream that pulled people in. Thank you so much for watching. I will go ahead and end the stream here. So have a nice evening and just sort of, you know, think about some of the things that I came up with of arguments for playing classes. Because I think the wrong way to pick a class is to pick a meta and not what is fun. I want to get that. How do you get that? Huh. It was the pool lag insanity, probably. Yeah, see you guys later. I'll let it run for a little bit because I don't know how big the delay is.